14th, 2025 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon is not present. Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. All right, we have some ceremonial items to read. Read item 1, just please, 'cause I have a couple of public speakers on that item.
Very good. Item 1, Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
Okay. I have a couple of public speakers. We have a lot of public speaker slips, and we have a fair amount of folks online. All public comment will be 2 minutes today, so please plan accordingly. And on item 1, I'm going to start out with Kenneth Locke. 2 minutes at the podium on this item, please.
The ceremonial item? Yeah, it was interesting. I been messing around with that idea of trafficking when it comes to tennis, when it comes to sports, and then education, physical education. Turns out that the kids are being trafficked through the means of sports. Turns out that they're not getting an education. They're not learning about what it means to be an athlete, what it means to exercise science, kinesiology. It's amazing that our educational system allows this to actually happen. What they're doing is they're just feeding them into the entertainment industry, sports entertainment. Just thought I'd share that with you. Thank you.
All right, very good. Karen McFadden. And once again, this is on item 1.
No, mine's a general public comment.
I'm sorry?
Mine's a general public comment.
General public comment.
It's not,
Okay.
so I'll,
All right, very good. I'm going to put you in the general public comment file. And with that, we'll do the ceremonial item. Jeff and Caitlin, you guys want to come on up? This is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, January 2025. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs in every state, including California, whereby victims are forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including but not limited to commercial sex act and other services that are induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas due to its isolated and discrete nature, many people are unaware that trafficking exists in their communities, even though more than 28 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking. Whereas human trafficking victims face severe cruelty, it is a dreadful crime that can take many forms, and it violates what we stand for as a nation. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking, along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation, can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force is committed to creating legal frameworks for investigating human trafficking and prosecuting those engaged in it. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact, sadly, that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, with California ranking number 1 in the country for reported human trafficking causes. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role that all Santa Barbara residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating these heinous crimes. Therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim January 2025 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara. And Kayla and...
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of City Council and City staff for writing this resolution and working together with us. Kayla and I both work for Kingdom Causes, and as a part of Kingdom Causes, we work under the DA's office, District Attorney's Office, with the Human Trafficking Task Force to kind of enact this strategic plan to combat human trafficking in all its forms. Oftentimes in our community, people don't understand that it's happening to our local boys and girls, men and women, through other processes. It's not in the sense of what you often see in the movies, an international crime ring, though that is true. It's happening primarily through grooming processes and unlawful labor practices, through force, fraud, and coercion, as Mayor Rouse mentioned. I just want to give you a snapshot just so people understand that it's happening in our city and who it's happening to. Noah's Anchorage, a part of Channel Islands YMCA, from January to May 2024, worked with 13 girls under the age of 18, all confirmed of being sex trafficked in our county. So that gives you a snapshot of within 6 months that they worked with 13 unique individuals that are being trafficked in our city specific as well. So we are actively working with Noah's Anchorage and STESA, Standing Together End Sexual Assault, and other local partners to do more in the prevention and early intervention end so that no young boys or girls are trafficked in our city. There are a few opportunities for you and the citizens of Santa Barbara to get more deeply engaged in our work. We have the Human Trafficking Awareness Vigil on Wednesday, January 29th at 5:30 p.m. right in De La Guerra Plaza that you're most welcome to join us and invite others to. We're going to be starting a Neighborhood Action Collaborative virtual monthly meeting with any stakeholders cross-sector that want to help Noah's Anchorage or STESA alleviate this and help young people not be exploited in our city. That'll kind of be the core team that's going to work together to attack that. And it will be business individuals and nonprofits, faith leaders, stakeholders that we're going to be working with. The last thing I would say, we have a fun opportunity. February 8th, we have a local high school club that was formed called Students for Survivors, and they're going to be putting on an act at the Santa Barbara Trapeze Company. February 8th from 3 to 5 p.m. is kind of an awareness event where there'll be a food truck and just all kinds of people to interact and talk about it. Last thing, I want to bring up Kayla, and she's going to talk briefly about the Strategic Alliance to Fight Exploitation and how we're raising awareness and funds through that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kayla Peterson. Thank you for this recognition of this important work that happens not only this month, but every month and every day, and all of the providers who are hard at work caring for survivors and those who are vulnerable. As Jeff mentioned, we are grateful for this recognition, and all of this work that's happening wouldn't be happening without your support and the support of the community. And as he mentioned, last year we developed the Strategic Alliance to Fight Exploitation in Santa Barbara County. And that exists to be kind of the fuel in the tank for all of these local providers and organizations doing this work, caring for survivors, doing prevention and early intervention education. And just this past year, we were able to raise in gifts and pledges $500,000. And so this year, we're working to raise that other $500,000 to support countywide agencies who are doing education in the school system, caring for vulnerable youth, showing up for women who are experiencing homelessness and vulnerability and housing instability, that we recognize all of these issues are interconnected, and grateful for your work as you partner to address these issues locally. That fundraiser to raise that other $500,000 is going to be in March. So we just invite you to keep that on your radar. We'll be able to share some more information with you about that. But if there are people in this community who want to rally behind those providers and do that work with us, it's a wonderful way to get involved. You can also visit us online at safesbc.org and learn a little bit about the work that we are doing to address this issue through fundraising and through community education and awareness. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Gordon, when you read item 2, please.
Item 2, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Ms. McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have the pleasure of honoring and recognizing a number of city employees celebrating years of service this month. I'm going to start with 5 years of service. We have Clark Simons, our water wastewater maintenance planner scheduler in Public Works. And then for 10 years of service, Dana Hoffenberg, Administrative Analyst 2 in Public Works. Sorry, thought I was going to sneeze. 15 years of service, Dustin McGrew, Police Sergeant, and Bruno Peterson, Police Sergeant. And then we have a number of folks celebrating 20 years of service, which is an outstanding milestone to reach. So first we have Spencer Simmons, Fire Engineer, David Berkovich, Fire Captain, Corey Cloud, Fire Battalion Chief, Dean Milan, Fire Engineer, Brandon Page, Fire Battalion Chief, Jeremy Denton, Fire Captain, and then we have Chelsea Swanson, who's a project planner in Public Works, Juan Almeida, who's the Senior Grounds Maintenance Worker in Parks and Recreation, Gabrielle Caratechea, who's a Grounds Maintenance Worker 2 in Parks and Recreation, Jean Meehan, who's a Senior Airport Operations Specialist in the airport. And then last but of course not least, 25 years of service, we want to recognize Matt Gritt, who is a fire engineer with our fire department. So please join me in giving all of these employees a round of applause.
And Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll go to the consent calendar. You have some items to read. It's a pretty robust list of goodies today.
Take a seat, everyone. Okay. Item 3, adoption of ordinance authorizing utility easement to Southern California Edison for the installation of electric vehicle charging facilities at the East Side Library at 1136 Montecito Street. Ordinance adoption. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the Public Works Director to execute a public utility easement deed to Southern California Edison on city library property located at the East Side Library. Item 4, introduction of ordinance authorizing a utility easement to Southern California Edison for the installation of electric vehicle charging depot facilities at the depot lot at 1 West Montecito Street. Ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the Public Works Director to execute a public utility easement deed to Southern California Edison on the city property located at the depot lot. Item 5, introduction of ordinance for water metering requirements for affordable housing adaptive reuse projects. Ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending section 14.08.150 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code relating to water meters for certain residential uses. Item 6, amendment to position salary control resolution 24143 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions. Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24143, the position salary control resolution for fiscal year 2025 to amend the established salary for positions as listed effective January 11th, 2025. Item 7, amendments to the schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges related to sewer service connections. Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara directing the city clerk to update resolution number 24068 as provided therein and amend the city of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges related to sewer service connections. Item 8, appropriation of golf fund reserves into golf fund capital budget in fiscal year 2025 for the sewer lateral replacement project. Resolution. Recommendation that council B adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Parks and Recreation Department Golf Division capital budget in the amount of $302,108 for the construction of the sewer lateral replacement project at the Santa Barbara Golf Club. Item 9, approval of procurement for ARFF apparatus decontamination services. Resolution. Recommendation the council B adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to authorize additional appropriations for the decontamination of PER and polyfluoroalkyl substances from 3 aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicles. Item 10, Fire Department Operations Equipment Acceptance of Donation and Grant Funding Resolution. Recommendation that Council C adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting grant funds, authorizing the Fire Chief to enter into a grant agreement, and amending Resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriations by $100,000 in the Fire Department fiscal year 2025 Operations Fund for Regional Crash Response and Extrication Improvement. Item 11, resolution authorizing the examination of transaction and use tax records. Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the examination of transactions and use tax records. Item 12, update reimbursement resolution for state revolving fund loan application for the Cater Reservoir Resiliency Project. Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara supplementing Resolution Number 22106, declaring its official intent to reimburse capital expenditures paid prior to approval by the State Water Resources Control Board of a Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Installation Agreement for the Cater Reservoir Resiliency Project. Item 13, update reimbursement resolution for State Revolving Fund Loan Agreement for the El Estero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara supplementing Resolution 19058, declaring its official intent to reimburse capital expenditures paid prior to the approval of an amendment by the State Water Resources Control Board of a Clean Water State Revolving Fund Installation Agreement for the El Estero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project. Item 14, resolution of intention for disestablishment of the downtown and Old Town Business Improvement Districts. Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring its intention to disestablish the downtown parking and business improvement area and Old Town parking and business improvement area and to schedule a public hearing to be held on February 11th, 2025 at 2 p.m. to consider adoption of an ordinance or ordinances disestablishing the improvement areas. And finally, item 15, contract for construction of the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 10 Mission Street and State Street Safety Lighting Project Resolution Agreement. Recommendation that council B adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to appropriate funds for the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 10 Mission Street and State Street Safety Lighting Project. And that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Not so fast. I have a request for item 18 to be pulled. Would you read that into the record, please?
Yes, item 18, fiscal year 2025 agreement with People Assisting the Homeless Path for operation of a homeless shelter and related services.
Thank you. Are there any items that the council would like to pull, specifically? Ms. Herman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to have maybe a brief discussion about item 5. Thank you. I don't have to vote separately on it, though.
Okay, it's already been pulled, so yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's being pulled by the public.
Oh.
Thank you, though. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar absent items 5 and 18.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman. Second by Harmon. Will we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for the consent calendar, all of the consent calendar, excepting items 5 and 18.
Correct.
Okay. Click start vote, please. Nope. Go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. Passed unanimously with all members present, Christensen Eden absent. With that, we're going to move on to general public comment. And once again, we are down to 2 minutes per speaker. We have such an amazing amount of speakers today. And I'm going to ask that you speak to items that are only, not on the agenda, but also within the purview of this body only. All right? We'll start out with Phyllis Rose Cohen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Felice Cohen. I am here because I am a little concerned, actually not a little, quite a lot, as far as our water supplies in Santa Barbara. I am concerned about the safety of our water hydrants. Is there enough water there? I am also concerned about the preparation, how we are prepared, readiness in case something does happen. We are in the red flag zone again. I have a son who lives in Tarzana. He is in an evacuation zone. I have a son in Israel who is in a war zone. I am not prepared to have any more frustrations, any more anxieties, any more worries. So I would just really appreciate very much if we can have some updates so that as a community we are aware of how we are going to prepare, or if we are prepared, and how we can deal with unfortunate events. And I pray it doesn't happen.
Thank you. Just for the public information, Ms.
Yes.
McAdoo is going to give us all an update
Oh.
at the end of the
Excellent.
meeting today, so very
you so much.
comprehensive.
Thank you
And,
so much.
There's a couple of chiefs back here in the back, too, so
Thank you.
we'll get you all the information.
I look forward to working with you at Solstice again.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I remember you
God
from that,
bless.
yeah.
Thank you.
Next public speaker is Jacqueline Inda.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Jacqueline. I'm here on behalf of Casa de la Raza. Many of you are aware that in the last week, we've had several ICE sightings in the community. Unfortunately, these sightings, although they have been verified through the airways and Spanish media, have created quite a panic in different parts of our community. Sightings on the Milpa Street corridor, sightings in Old Town Goleta, sightings in other areas of the community have devastated businesses during those times. We know that we live in a very fragile community when it comes to ecosystems, but our communities survive, our business communities survive off of the income that they receive in revenues from folks that shop in their communities. And when people live in fear, they stop and they don't move and they live in a freeze zone, which means that they don't go in to shop one day or another. So the reason why I'm here today is to inform you that on this Saturday, the 18th, the People's March, or the Women's March, will be holding a rally here at the De la Guerra Plaza. La Casa de la Raza will then follow with a forum on the 25th that we invite you to at noon, so that we can gather forces and start to work together, not only with you guys as council, but with all of our elected officials to create a responsive network in this community. It's important, extremely important now, that we continue to work together as we move past the next couple of months into what will be 4 years of different responses in different areas that will impact the most vulnerable in our community. So I hope that you will attend both the Women's March and the meeting on the 25th, which the whole community is definitely invited to. And let's plan and work together moving forward in this community.
Thank you. Karen McFadden?
Hello, my name is Karen McFadden, and I have a home and business in the 500 block of Chapala Street. I'm here today to speak directly to the council about Sacramento mandate AB 2097, requiring no parking on projects in 1/2 mile radius of the transit station. And your responsibility to protect the city from this bill. And you as leaders of Santa Barbara have the power to decide on a negative impact that this mandate will create in a neighborhood. How many of us in these chambers today rode our bike to this meeting? How many of us in this chamber today rode our bike to the grocery store, to our children's school, to our hairdresser, our gym class? Could we see a raise of hands on that? The council knows the simple wording of this mandate, so no need to review. The projects in review at 428 and 517 Chapala Street have a present of total 48 units. 1 car per unit equals 48 needed parking spots, but there is not one proposed. I've spoken at an earlier planning meeting regarding 428 Chapala Street, and I was shocked at how giddy the planners were in hearing that there was a bike storage and absolutely not one parking space, not even a loading zone space. When asked about the parking plan for the projects being built without required parking, staff suggested that folks would pay to park at the Cannon Perdido parking structure marked 4 blocks with groceries, strollers with crying babies, home to the 400 and 500 block of Chapala. We were told to be assured that these residential structures would not be granted permit parking, so all will be okay with the already very limited parking down in our quarter. The other housing units built in the past years, Sevilla, Chapala 1, and the Shelton Project, we're all required to provide at least 1 parking spot. Is that my?
That's it. But Mr. Freeman has a question.
I did 3 minutes. So that's it.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
sorry
I
about
know.
that.
I understand.
I don't have a question for you,
Yes.
but I would encourage you to contact our state legislators because they're the ones
I'm
that vote on
doing
the
that
bills. Okay.
presently, but
Just want to be sure they hear from you as the public.
But when you read AB 2097, you do have the power to decide if it's going to negatively impact a neighborhood. And it's written in your clarification of AB 2097. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Locke?
My name is Kenneth Locke. You could find me down at the municipal tennis courts kind of daily. I have a practice there that I've developed with 2 rackets, I'm actually ambidextrous. I'm actually promoting that. Becoming ambidextrous, it's connected to holistic health. So the idea of developing the whole body. And it turns out you develop the whole brain too, kind of thing. And it turns out that developing one arm, I kind of was able to heal myself from that participation and understand it now. I can understand it from two sides of the coin kind of thing. The idea that developing one arm is actually physically not healthy. And it turns out it's mentally not healthy based on the fact that learning how to develop one arm and play the sport, there's not really an educational value there. It's more based on entertainment. And then the idea that, I went before Parks and Rec last time and just, reintroduced myself to them. And then if I get a chance, I'll go before the school board. And as I was mentioning to you before about the idea that the kids' education, when it comes to exercise science, I'm actually like the first scientist to actually discover how tennis is an exercise and how it integrates the mind and body. And now ultimately can provide, say, a student with an education which is based on increasing their mental health, physical health, and intelligence and coordination. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Locke, just to remind you for future times, we're going to really try to narrow it down to keep it within the purview of this body, things that we have authority over, so, public comment.
This is Parks and Rec.
Okay.
That's
All right,
in
thank
your
you.
authority, right?
Okay, Pastor Menchaca.
Greeting, Mayor, City Council members. I'm here for two reasons. First, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to Chief Gordon for participating in our annual Christmas basket giveaway at the Eastside Boys and Girls Club. The great support that the Santa Barbara Police Department, as well as the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, has been incredible. I know Oscar, he's been many times a participant. Unfortunately, he was sick. Under the weather, but he's also a great representation. And I encourage everybody in City Council that when opportunity is available to participate, especially on the east side where a lot of marginalized kids are at, to come there and show your support and show that we care for our community. Secondly, also I pastor New Beginnings Community Church at the Casa de la Raza. I pastor two congregations, an English-speaking congregation as well as a Spanish congregation. And we're very, very concerned. And what we are, with the upcoming administration, and what our concern is, we are currently working on the federal and state level to establish the Casa de Raza as a sanctuary facility. We're looking to be able to help and extend the help to some of our most marginalized people in our community. And I'm looking for the City Council, as well as you, Mayor, to help provide whatever guidance and direction that you can, and to help us facilitate developing these people that are all of a sudden now being pushed into the darkness, and to let them continue to be part of our community. I'm my grandson's 10th generation born and raised in Santa Barbara. But I think anybody who comes to Santa Barbara that's wanting to contribute in a very positive way is part of our community. So we're looking to establish that as a federal sanctuary facility at the Casa de Raza, and we are looking forward to your help and to extend toward the Hispanic community. And thank you very much. I don't like that thing.
Thank you. Chelsea Rifkin.
Okay, I'm going to elaborate on the AB 2097. You mentioned we should direct more critique to Sacramento, but in the bill, it does specifically state it's up to the jurisdiction of the city to make the final call, so that gives you guys a lot of power. The other thing is, I don't know if Sacramento, knows, San Francisco and Santa Barbara, two different cities, they're doing a one-size-fits-all type of bill, and we all know that doesn't apply to Santa Barbara, what might apply to San Francisco, for instance. But I would like to elaborate on the two developers who are applying for projects downtown. 517 is a local developer who's been planning in the past for several years and is again here with another plan with a no parking money grab. 428 is a project for a group of developers from the Bay Area. Again, money opportunities. The quality of life for folks downtown is going to be detrimentally affected by any sort of low income or high income housing that goes in without parking. It's just a fact of our density. We are pro development in every way. I want this city beautiful. I want it developed. I want State Street developed. Like, rah. We will help in any way, but we just want it done properly. The last thing I wanted to say was in the proposal, it says you have to be within 0.5 miles of a major transit hub, and the Amtrak station does not have any bus fares that co-mingle or coexist, so that is not a major transit hub, and the proposed development is actually 0.6 miles away from the major transit hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Spangler Adams. Sarah, anybody online?
Hi, Happy New Year to all of you. I haven't been here yet. And thank you, Oscar, for your response to my water issues, and also to Councilman Jordan, who I know, having observed for years, understands water from his service on the Water Commission. And welcome to Wendy. Anyway, I'm here. I live one house out of the city in the La Zand, if you will. I'm protected by the Montecito Fire Department as well as the city of Santa Barbara. I'm here today to ask you all to revisit the report you heard in 2017-18 that was done by UCSB regarding fire safety. I view your responsibilities, number one and foremost, are public safety, and the east side, we are not lesser people over there. We are logger jammed. We cannot escape. The Montecito Water Department on Barker Pass Road, which is shared by the city and the county, it's an evacuation route. We monitor it. We don't have parking. When there's been the T fire, the Hasidas fire, and the Thomas fire, we come down that hill 3 abreast. If you recall, in the T fire, we had over 600 students jam-packed into the gymnasium at Westmont. My daughter was one of the last to evacuate from Cold Spring School. Cold Spring School serves both the city and the county. Barker Pass is city and county. We get down to the roundabout. We are trapped because you can start with Gutierrez Street between APS and Canada. That street is too narrow. You can't even get on there on a daily basis. God forbid, with all these new truck services, whether it's Amazon Prime or whoever they are, we're logger jammed. With public safety foremost on your mind, I think now is the time to say in the city, we are going to modify building codes. You can park in your front yard, but we have to make sure the streets are 36 feet wide for 1-lane parking, 48 feet wide for 2-lane parking. I sent all of you the article that was reprinted that I wrote in Substack and on X, and I hope you'll pay attention to it on building codes, whether it's incentivize metal roofs, stop allowing wood fencing, put brick, cinder block. I mean, I really sincerely appreciate the concern that's been expressed to me. We have that fabulous report. Please review it. It was fabulous, and Sheila Lodge knows it by word for word. Thank you.
That's it for in-person speakers. Madam Clerk, anybody online speak on public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker, Mary Ellen Brooks. Mary Ellen Brooks, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks, and I am speaking today as president of Citizens Planning Association. And good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. To start off the new year on the right foot, CPA would like to discuss everyone's favorite topic, the Brown Act. And we'd like to make one recommendation regarding emails. CPA would like to suggest a necessary change to your meeting process. Public hearings deserve an open, transparent, and public process. CPA believes that your council has been and will continue to be in violation of the Brown Act on many occasions by not providing the public with correspondence and other communications that you have received on important matters, and particularly on quasi-judicial matters. Every other board and committee of which you serve as a member, such as SBCAG and LAFCO, or boards that meet on your behalf, such as the Planning Commission and Historic Landmarks Commission, they post the public comments in an open, transparent way. We urge you and the staff to provide the same level of transparency for city council meetings. Today's agenda reads written public comment. Quote, public comments may be also submitted by way of email to the clerk prior to the beginning of the council meeting. All public comments submitted by way of email will be provided to City Council and will become part of the public record. However, the Brown Act requires that this information be available to the public as well. Again, your agenda, writings distributed to all or a majority of the legislative body by any person or consideration at a public meeting are public records. Documents distributed to all or a majority less than 72 hours before a regular meeting must be made publicly available without delay.
Thank you. That's the 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. That closes general public comment. We'll move on to our pulled consent items. We'll start out with item 5, and we have Ben Romo as a speaker to item 5. Mr. Romo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Water meters are about as exciting as the reading of that consent calendar earlier, but great job. Thanks for doing it. I read the staff report on this item, and I was confused and inappropriately alarmed. I thought the staff was recommending that water submeters only be allowed on affordable projects that are adaptive reuse. I think I understand, and I'd just like to clarify. The staff is not saying that submeters won't be allowed on for-profit or non-deed restricted projects. I just wanted to make sure that that's right. The reason I bring it up, as you all know, I've come and bragged about it a number of times, but I was involved in the 821 state project, and water meters, we converted that commercial space to residential, 14 units. Initially, the city said we had to create 14 meters, 1 meter per unit, and that would have cost us about $25,000 to $50,000 for that project. So it was really great that the city and Public Works stepped in and said, no, we'll allow splitters, a new technology that allows you to monitor, allows us to bill the tenants individually, which is allowed by law and is great. So thank you for that. I am concerned, though, so I have that question, number one. I want to make sure I'm right, that you're not proposing to not allow it on non-deed restricted projects. But number two, I also want to make sure that this is something that you take up when you do consider your adaptive reuse policy. This is critical to, especially downtown, where development is expensive, much more complex. Every little bit helps. And when you're doing a project, and we all want housing downtown, we've said it over and over again, the city needs to remove every impediment. I believe the approach right now that staff has is to only allow splitters if the sidewalk doesn't allow the installation of individual permits or meters. I hope that you'll continue to allow splitters in all adaptive reuse projects.
Thank you. And Ms. Harmon, you had a comment on item 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my comments and questions were along those lines, so I want to just ask that, and I appreciate, Ms. McAdoo, you sent a very robust response to my questions earlier, but if I could follow up on that point about sub-metering, because that gets to what my initial concern was as well. Does this allow, and I understand in 100% affordable, single meter is allowed, but in non-affordable or non-deed restricted projects, can we sub-meter? And the reason I'm asking is my question is, if I approve this today, which I very much want to do, am I, by way of approving it, saying no to something else? That's what I'm trying to avoid doing. So if I could have that question answered about sub-metering.
Yeah,
rather-
could we have the appropriate staff, please?
Or maybe even just confirm that it indeed will be coming back before us for discussion when we talk about adaptive reuse. We don't need to have the full combo right now, but.
Director Maurer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Unfortunately, Joshua Hagmark, our Water Resources Manager, is unavailable this afternoon, so I will do my best to stand in. I think what Councilmember Harmon stated was basically correct, that what's before you is regarding the waiver for deed restricted or affordable housing adaptive reuse, which can go down to 1 meter. The Water Commission in November, when this issue was before them, was unanimous and very clear that they prefer individual metering in accordance with state law. We do have some flexibility based on in situ circumstances, which we evaluate very closely. The primary reason, as I think most people understand, for the individual metering is for individual accountability for water use. California has long struggled with water supply issues. Obviously, anything that can increase conservation helps in that situation. For the city ourselves, we have a very robust community interaction with our water resources and our community. And what facilitates that is our ability to use the latest meter technology to interact directly with our ratepayers and our water customers. Once you take out the public water meter, the city water meter, and in some cases, as the previous speaker stated, we physically just can't put them in the public right away. Therefore, the next best option is to sub-meter on the private property side. And there is some value to that, but we do lose that city ratepayer connection that we have when we do it ourselves. So, and we have, as you know, we have programs that have recently rolled out that people can participate in, that we monitor their water use and can identify leaks and help them. That's proven to be very successful, and of course we'd like to expand the participation in that program. So yes, there will be more discussion on it. The Standing Water Commission, like I said, has very, very strong thoughts on this. So we, of course, work closely with them and do our best to adhere to their guidance.
So I was just going to add, I think also, as I understand from our Public Works team, there is a provision in the ordinance that allows the Public Works Director to make exemptions to the requirements if there are certain extenuating circumstances or complexities on a site. So as Director Maurer said, having, the ability for the private property owner to have the master meter, and then they would then sub-meter and do the individual water accounts for their tenants. So there are a number of different ways to sort of address if there are circumstances or properties that would not allow for the city to have individual control over the individual meters.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly, I won't keep it very short as possible. With deep respect for our Water Commission, it was made up of experts who obviously know more than I could ever dream of knowing about water. Part of our role up here on City Council is to think broadly about policy, not just narrowly and specifically at one portfolio area. So when I'm thinking about this water meter issue, it's not simply from a water perspective, but also all those other things that we talk constantly about, how to facilitate development of or redevelopment, adaptive reuse, specifically in our downtown core. To me, this is one of those maybe small but critical elements that speaks to our commitment as a city to facilitate that adaptive reuse. So what I'm hoping, and hearing that there is possibilities for exceptions, what I would really like when adaptive reuse comes back to us to have a broader conversation about permanent exemptions possibly. And I also respect that in the communications with staff on this, there was the point made that this really doesn't increase affordability, and I hear you, but our job is not only to think about affordability, also feasibility. And to me, this is something that we've said over and over and over again. We're going to think about policy ways to make housing downtown in particular in our core feasible, and this is one of those ways. So I think what I'm hearing is that we will have the opportunity to discuss permanent exemptions in the adaptive reuse ordinance if that's council's will, and I just want to go on record and be clear that I think it's a conversation worth having, and to really get all of the information from all sides so we can make a policy decision that takes into account the various different elements at play. With that, I do very much support this exemption for affordable housing and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's too sweet. So we have talked about this before, and I think you mentioned that in your memo that came out to us today or before. And while I'll acknowledge freely that I've forgotten much more than I remember, I'm pretty sure there's a price per water meter. And so the stance that there's little or no gain on a 30 or 40 or 50 or 700 unit development is kind of hard to swallow there, because if you can pass that both from an economic standpoint and a space on the public right-of-way or public access for the water meters onto the property owner to try and figure out between it, I think is a huge gain. And we walked away whenever we had a joint meeting a year ago, and that was one of the topics. So what I frequently see happen is we gently accept this type of thing, and with the promise of it coming in the future, and then we look up 2 or 3 years later and it's staff shortages, workloads, priorities, blah, blah, blah. So I would pass that back to you, Council Member Harmon, and say, why don't you craft a motion for this particular line that might be palatable to all of this particular item that might be palatable to all of us, to push that issue forward to come back to us rather than wait for it.
I'll ask our Madam City Attorney, is it feasible for us to, while accepting this item, also make a motion that it returns to discuss the non-deed restricted properties as it pertains to the metering or sub-metering issue?
Councilmember Harmon, my understanding is this is simply an ordinance revision. It's the introduction of the water metering requirements. To the extent that that is incorporated within the provisions of this ordinance, you could include in your motion to direct staff to look further into the water metering issue as it pertains to adaptive reuse generally. I do think that would be acceptable.
Okay, and then Mr. Friedman has a comment, then I'll come back to you for a motion. Ms. Harmon? Mr. Friedman?
I think my comment might be moot if we can do that. I was going to suggest so that it doesn't, the two don't get, so this can go forward and have the other that would come back as part of our work plan study that's coming in a couple months where we're prioritizing. But if we can actually put that in the motion today, then that codifies it so we don't lose track of it like Mr. Jordan was saying.
Yeah, Councilmember, I do think that that's sufficiently included within the scope of the ordinance to be able to include that.
Okay. Well, I'd be supportive of that then.
Okay, Mr. Harmon, would you care to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sure. And Madam City Attorney, please correct me if I say this wrong. But I move that we approve item 5 on the consent calendar, and also request that staff look into the water metering issues as it pertains to non-deed restricted properties, and return to us either simultaneously with the adaptive reuse ordinance or in advance of that.
Do you want to say something?
So is that water metering issue specifically related to adaptive reuse?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay, so it's been motion by Harmon, second by Jordan. Do we understand the motion, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, I'm going to repeat what I have here, but please correct me as as we go. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to approve item 5 and request that staff look into water metering issues as applies to non-deed restricted policies and return to council as part of the adaptive reuse discussion or earlier.
So maybe we'll change it to say, non-deed restricted properties in the context of the adaptive reuse program. Is that good?
Yes, that would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. If everyone understands the motion and there's no comments, we'll go to the vote, please.
Very good. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously with all present, with Kirsten Sneddon absent. Thank you, Ms. Harmon, for the motion. All right, very good. We have a request for item 18, which has already been read into the record, and we have Liz Adams to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Liz Adams. I'm the Regional Director at PATH. So I'm sure you'll be shocked to hear that I am here in support of this item. And PATH is the only low barrier interim housing site in the city of Santa Barbara. So we serve some of the most vulnerable of our community members. Right now, thanks to this city contract, there are 7 people who are in our interim housing site and sleeping indoors instead of sleeping on the streets or on our sidewalks. They're also connected to wraparound services that will help them find, move into, and retain permanent housing as well as heal along the way. The city's 7 beds are always full. I think we could probably fill double that many beds if we had the opportunity. We know that there's the need out there, so many vulnerable people in our community who still don't have a place to sleep. So we're just really grateful for this partnership, grateful for this contract, and appreciate all of the years that we've had this going and look forward to all of the years that we will continue it. So thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, I'll entertain a motion on item 18.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have 2 raised hands.
That's right.
Online. We have 2 raised hands online.
Oh, well then, let's just do that, shall we?
We have Aaron Parks and then Jet Black Mertz. Aaron Parks, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is this addressing the water issue that you're talking right now? Because I registered for another issue to make public comment.
Yeah, this is about the PATH shelter.
Okay, so.
We've already
my
voted.
hand is
You're talking about the
raised for
metering?
public comment on another issue. What shall I do?
You can come back. Which issue are you wanting to speak to, ma'am?
I'm looking to speak to the continuance of the State Historical Resource Commission hearing and requesting the City Council's support in doing so to address the Bungalow Haven Historic District.
Yeah, that's not part of our thing today.
When would that be on the agenda?
That's not on.
It's not currently booked.
It's not currently listed on the council agenda. I think the member of the public could come under general public comment and speak.
So in the future, you can address in general.
That was my intention. I hate to interrupt, but that was my intention, and I was waiting politely and waiting to speak in the general public comment and was not given the opportunity to do so.
Well, I'm very sorry, but we have closed general public comment for today, but we will have it again in the next meeting.
I'd like the record to reflect that myself and Marnie and Jamie here were all online on Zoom waiting to address that issue. Thank you. And have a good day. I look forward to hearing from the City Council in response to our emails regarding the same.
Mr. Mayor, you can open public hearing, general public comment again at the close of the council meeting.
That's true, ma'am. We can, at the end of the other hearing, we can have a period of public comment. If you wanted to wait to the end of the hearing today and let the city clerk know that you'd like to speak to that item, I will reopen general public comment.
Thank you. We'll do so.
Okay, very good. All right, and we have another speaker on 18.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one moment, please. We have 2 raised hands. We will call on Jet Black Merst, who had raised their hand for this item Yes, that's the only raised hand. Okay, very good. Go ahead, Jet Blackmares.
Hi, everyone. I'm here today to support the continued funding of beds reserved by the City of Santa Barbara at the PATH Homeless Shelter. Like Liz mentioned, PATH is the only low-barrier shelter in the city. That means that people who need housing, who need assistance, who need a place to sleep are able to go in there regardless of their current condition, regardless of what they're pledging to do. And so it really is an asset to our community, especially to those people who need it most. They also offer comprehensive case management services, to move people from homelessness into housing. So not only are they offering beds, but they're offering those services that help people resolve their issues. Contract renewal with the city will help continued outcome improvements and signal to the community that homelessness is taken seriously. Shelter beds and services alone do not solve homelessness, and the responsibility of this task requires a holistic approach by the city. So in addition to renewing this contract, supporting community initiatives, helping with other contract enforcements, and the creation of more housing, not hotels, will also assist in helping solve the homelessness issue in our community. So thank you for your past and continued support for PATH and the work that they do.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
No further raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, I'll entertain a motion on item 18 on consent.
I'll move.
Okay.
I'll move item 18.
Okay, there's a first.
Second.
Second by Ms. Santa Maria. All righty. May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Very good. This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria for the recommended action for item 18. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. The vote passed unanimously with all present, Kristen Snedden absent. All right. That brings us up to the main public hearing. If you would read item 26, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 26, appeal of the Parks and Recreation Commission's action to change the street tree species designation for the 300 through 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street to Quercus agrifolia Coast Live Oak.
All right, very good. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Items will be discovered or will be considered de novo, so we can take new evidence. Items will be presented by the two sides as well as staff. At the end of it, there will be opportunity for public comment. And I'm going to ask the public, because there are a number of speaker slips here, to please pay attention to the hearing and not repeat what was simply said before, if you can. If you'd like to just come up and say, I agree, or I'm with this side or that side, that's fine. If you are in public comment, you may not be a part of the team of the appellant or the applicant. You have to be individual publicly commenting on the item. With that, I will ask for ex parte disclosures by any member of council. All right, seeing none, this is how this is going to go. There'll be a presentation by staff to begin. And then the appellant will be able to present a 20-minute limited presentation. If you don't use the entire 20 minutes, you may reserve whatever you may for rebuttal, and we'll keep track of the time up here. Follow that, the applicant will have a 20-minute presentation to put forward their evidence, and then follow up by staff not to exceed 10 minutes. At that point, thereafter, before council deliberation, we will have the public comment. And once again, we ask that you consider what was said up here so we don't hear the same information again. All right, and with that, I'll ask staff to go forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. I'm Nathan Slack, the Urban Forest Superintendent. Today I'll be presenting the staff presentation for the appeal of the Parks and Recreation Commission's action to change the street tree designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street to Quercus agrifolia, commonly referred to as Coast Live Oak. Today for the presentation, we'll take a quick look at the historical background of the Italian stone pines. We'll talk about the street tree master plan as it relates to tree maintenance activities, and specifically an appendix, the street tree designation listing. We'll look at staff's analysis regarding the authority of the Parks and Recreation Commission to change or modify the designation for Anapamu. We'll take a look at the reviews that occurred at both the Street Tree Advisory Committee as well as the Parks and Recreation Commission regarding this issue. We'll take a look at the appellant's issues and also address some issues the appellants raised that are unrelated to the Parks and Recreation Commission action. And lastly, staff's recommendation. So just some background on the Italian stone pines. The first planting of the stone pines along East Anapamu was done by Dr. Augustus Boyd Doremus. Those plantings occurred in 1908. Dr. Doremus planted trees essentially from Milpas all the way up to Olive Street. And then a few years later, the first salaried park superintendent, Ralph Stevens, planted trees from Olive to Garden. So that's the 300 to 800 blocks, and that comprises the Anapamu stone pines. Unsurprisingly, I think it's worth mentioning, we have trees that are over a century old. We have had lots of changes over the last several decades with mortality and loss of trees. Other points of interest in terms of the history: in 1982, the Parks Commission voted to designate the Italian stone pine as the street tree species for the street. At the time of adoption of the Street Tree Master Plan, which was adopted by City Council in 1977, it wasn't the designated street tree species, so the Parks Commission modified that designation in 1982. And then in 1997, City Council Resolution number 97-131 was passed that gave landmark status to 79 individual mature Italian stone pines and named the historic landmark the Doremus pine trees. And so now we're going to take a look at the Street Tree Master Plan with specific focus on the street tree designation listing. So the Street Tree Master Plan was adopted by City Council in 1977. It's a comprehensive document that guides preservation, maintenance, and planting of trees in the public right-of-way. And it's also called out in the Street Tree Ordinance, which is Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 15, Section 20. There's a specific subsection that states that all trees within a parkway strip shall be maintained according to the Street Tree Master Plan. Next slide. Next slide. So with the Street Tree Master Plan, there were some appendices that were also approved in 1977, and one of the most important of those is the Street Tree Designation Listing. And it's a comprehensive sort of short-range and long-range planning document that defines either a species or multiple species for planting on city streets. And it's essentially a living document, so as things change or things fall out of favor, it does get amended. In terms of making decisions regarding street tree selection, we're looking at things like neighborhood aesthetics, trying to reduce infrastructure conflicts, minimize sidewalk and other surrounding hardscape damage, be sensitive about water use, trying to maximize tree size while minimizing those conflicts and maximizing the gained environmental benefits, as well as just overall promotion of species diversity, which leads to a much more resilient, sustainable urban forest. So the Parks and Recreation Director administers the Street Tree Master Plan, and that includes all appendices, which would be the street tree designation listing. So the authority to amend requires Parks and Recreation Commission approval, as stated in the street tree ordinance. And further, street tree designations do require review and approval by the Parks and Recreation Commission before they can be changed. So when we talk about why was the Anapamu designation queued up for review, there's been, as previously noted, loss of trees over the last several years. Staff dealt with a challenging situation last year. We lost 2 trees in consecutive days, and as a result of an assessment that took place after that, removed additional trees. It was apparent at that time that there was a need for replanting to restore some type of canopy back on the street. Before we took this to our normal review bodies to review the street tree designation and the possible changing of it, staff did an analysis to determine if there were any conflicts with Resolution 97-131, which established the Doremus Pine Trees Historic Landmark, and sort of the normal working order of things as defined by the street tree ordinance that allows or provides for the commission to amend or change the street tree designation listing, which is an appendices of the street tree master plan. So staff evaluated both the municipal code in detail as well as the resolution, and throughout that analysis, there were several key points that spoke to a general level of specificity regarding the landmarking of the Doremus pine trees. And we're going to kind of walk through that right now. So the resolution is the only formal record. It's the only thing that really kind of guides decision-making and tells us what the council's legislative intent was at the time of adoption. So in looking at that, there were these key factors. The resolution called out 79 mature trees, focusing specifically on a set number of trees, referencing mature trees. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there was even further specificity in regards to a specific number. The APNs, or assessor parcel numbers, were included as part of an exhibit showing the location where each tree was located. And staff concludes that if council had intended just for the blocks themselves to be landmarked, the extra step of providing that specific location for each tree would not have been taken. Further analysis of the resolution, again, the specificity, they're also talking directly about the history of the mature trees on the street. So reference in 1908 to the planting of trees by Dr. Doremus, and then specific reference again in 1929 to those trees that were planted by Superintendent Stevens. Within the resolution, there was no specific direction provided, no guidance or conditions for replacement trees. So replacement trees planted after the removal or death of the originally planted Doremus pine trees moving forward are just considered street trees, and the commission has the authority to change or modify that designation. So we're talking about new trees that would be planted on the street. The resolution does mention in one of the exhibits that the commission changed the designation to the Italian stone pine in 1982, but it did not go so far as to require all future plantings to be Italian stone pines, nor did it designate subsequently planted trees to be landmark or historic trees. And so in conclusion, council adopted the resolution focusing specific attention on the existing mature trees at the time of adoption. No guidance provided for new plantings, nor a mandate that Italian stone pine had to remain the designated species. New trees, even if the same species, in this case the Italian stone pine, would not be considered part of the historic landmark. So we also wanted to kind of take a step back and kind of clarify and highlight the impact to the existing trees. So based upon the analysis of the resolution, the Doremus pine trees are finite. They identified 79, they landmarked 79. As trees are lost due to failure or death, that landmark number decreases. And so the expectation is, unfortunately biological things can't live forever. At some point there will cease to remain any of the original landmarked Italian stone pines. And the modification of new street trees has no impact on the existing landmark designation. So all of the landmarked Italian stone pines currently in place right now are not impacted by any future plantings, whether that be, it doesn't matter the species. And so, again, just to clarify, all remaining trees will be maintained by the department, and landmark status does not change for those trees. I think it's important to also mention that a primary goal of the urban forestry program is tree preservation. We take tree removal very seriously, and trees are only removed when they're dead or hazardous. And I think there was some confusion that a possible change in designation would generate proactive removals of existing trees, and that's just simply not accurate. So now we're going to talk about the actual review that took place when we're looking at the street tree designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu. The first review took place at the Street Tree Advisory Committee. That meeting was held on October 3rd, 2024. The The committee reviewed the existing designation, talked about the merits, but also the challenges of the existing designation of Italian stone pine. Several species were discussed, 17 in total. Some of those actually were credited with Dr. Doremus being the first to introduce to the community. Of the options presented, the committee sort of quickly found the coast live oak to be a favorable species. There was quite a bit of discussion about the merits associated with the coast live oak. And then in addition to that, there was quite a bit of conversation about the possibility of co-designating, and we do that pretty often now, where you could have the Italian stone pine and the coast live oak designated. It was the opinion of the committee after discussion that the stone pine and the known challenges that it's provided on street made it not a practical solution for replanting, and they favored this change of designation solely to the native coast live oak. That was unanimously approved 3-0 to change the street tree designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street to coast live oak. And in looking at why that species made sense, some of those key reasons highlighted by the committee during that review was that it is a native species. It's highly adaptable to various size planting locations. One of the challenges within these blocks of Anapamu is there's varied parkway widths. So we have somewhat generous 5.5-foot parkways, but they do shrink down to less than 3 feet in some of those blocks, which is a pretty difficult location for growing a large mature tree. The coast live oak is highly variable and can be really successful in small spaces and then really thrive when given more space. And that was a key component in the consideration of the species. The committee also made comments about how, I think some of the allure, some of what makes Anapamu a special street is this tree-lined canopy where you have these overarching huge canopies intermingling, and it was the committee's opinion that over time, despite being a different species, the coast live oak could provide a very similar aesthetic. And then another key consideration in the proposal to change the designation to coast live oak is its value to wildlife. As a native species, it's host to a really significant amount of wildlife as well as a critical food source to local populations. So the Street Tree Advisory Committee recommendation was forwarded to the Parks and Recreation Commission on October 23rd, 2024. The commission acted within their duties pursuant to the municipal code, reviewed the recommendation from the Street Tree Advisory Committee. There was extensive discussion, and there was consensus that despite the history of the pines, that it made practical sense to make informed decisions to guide future plantings and also take into consideration the future climate changes. There was also discussion at the commission level going back to this co-designation option, and similarly to the Street Tree Advisory Committee, the commission also concurred that it just did not make practical sense to continue using the Italian stone pines and solely supported changing the street tree designation to the coast live oak with a unanimous 4-0 vote. So now we'll get into the appeal of the commission's decision. So shortly after the commission voted to change the designation, an appeal was filed that was received on November 4th, 2024, from Mr. Richard Clausen, Ms. Sherry Ray, and Ms. Emma Brinkman. A few days later, an addendum was also submitted by the appellants with additional claims. So there were several issues raised, including some unrelated to the Parks and Recreation Commission action. We'll be addressing the issues as it relates directly to the commission action and those unrelated to the appeal. The appellants claimed that the commission does not have the authority to amend the street tree designation, that the commission's effectively de-landmarking the existing trees by changing the designation. There's contention that all future trees must be Italian stone pines. And then there was also questions about staff's application of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, as it relates specifically to maintenance activities and the street tree designation change. And so when we look at each one of these issues independently, the Parks and Recreation Commission's decision causes de-landmarking of the existing landmark. That was a claim by the appellant. This is a misinterpretation of the resolution. Council granted landmark status to the 79 specific individual mature Italian stone pines. The landmark status does not change for the remaining trees, therefore no de-landmarking is taking place. And new trees, even if the Italian stone pines would not have landmark status. In regards to future plantings must be Italian stone pine, this is also not supported by the resolution and is contrary to the Santa Barbara Municipal Code. Council did not designate past, current, or future replacement trees to have historic status. The resolution does not address replacement trees at all. The resolution mentions the Parks and Recreation Commission action in 1982, but does not go so far as to require all future plantings be Italian stone pines. So the issues regarding the appellant's claim as it relates directly to the commission action, except for any existing Doremus pine trees, the parkways located within the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street are subject to the Street Tree Master Plan. Pursuant to the municipal code, the authority to amend or change the designation rests with the Parks and Recreation Commission. The Parks and Recreation Commission did exercise their authority to vote to change the designation on October 23rd, 2024. And then in terms of the application of, or staff's application of CEQA, you can go to the next slide. In terms of maintenance activities, the Italian stone pines that have been removed have either been dying dead or in a hazardous state and a threat to public safety. The removal of these individual trees in this condition are statutorily exempt from CEQA under the Emergency Project Exemption, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15269. CEQA's application to the street tree designation change is also categorically exempt under CEQA Guidelines, Section 15304, minor alterations to land, and CEQA Guidelines Section 15307, which is action by regulatory agencies for the protection of natural resources. So in consideration of the proposed change in species designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street, the Commission, acting within their duties pursuant to the Municipal Code, considered all relevant information, including Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 15, Section 20, specifically Chapter 15, Section 20, subsection 30, as well as Resolution 97-131. And staff is recommending that City Council deny the appeal filed by Mr. Richard Clausen, Ms. Sherry Ray, and Ms. Emma Brinkman, and uphold the Parks and Recreation Commission's action to change the street tree species designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street to Quercus agrifolia, coast live oak.
All right, thank you very much. We'll then go to the appellant presentation. Mr. Clausen, are you presenting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 20 minutes, and once again, if you choose to reserve some time for rebuttal, be free to do so. And Mr. Slack, you guys are the applicant in this situation, staff?
Mr. Mayor, there really isn't an applicant, but I'm not sure, there may be here someone here from the Park and Rec Commission or the Street Tree Advisory Committee that may want to speak after the appellant.
Okay, so we'll get to that after Mr. Clausen's presentation then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let me interrupt one more time. I apologize for this. I forgot to do this earlier. Anyone who wants to submit a speaker slip, either live or online, needs to do so by 3:30, and we will cut off new speakers at that point in time. We have quite a few. We'll give you your time back, Mr. Clausen, and you can go again. I promise not to do that to you again.
Okay, I won't thank you again then. No, I do thank you again. My name is Rick Clausen, and I'll be presenting the appeal for we three appellants, including Sherry Ray and Emma Brinkman. We note with some regret, but with great applause, that Councilwoman Snedden is not here. She actually has a real life, and she's out enjoying it right now in a different state. And we're sorry. She's a friend of these trees, and we will miss her today. Santa Barbara is nationally known to value its heritage. Designating landmarks is just one expression of that. And shown here on the slide are some city-owned landmarks that the council has protected in the past. Before I proceed, we want to acknowledge three important themes. First, we are sensitive to the anxieties of neighbors, but believe that the solution to the tree problem, if there's a problem, is better tree care, similar to the maintenance that other landmarks get, not extermination. Secondly, we do not contest that the city has the authority by local code and the California Environmental Quality Act to cut and remove trees that are a hazard to the public's health and safety or to protect structures from damage. Instead, we contend that without a commensurate or greater replanting of young Italian stone pines for those removed, the city is causing the guaranteed decline and disappearance of a historic resource, a prior council landmark for protection in perpetuity. So here are our appeal points. We have only two. First, the Parks and Recreation Commission decision to effectively unlandmark these trees on Anapamu Street is invalid. The commission has no authority to make decisions that reverse or diminish a city council, your resolutions. The simple fact that they contest that interpretation is troublesome. A city or any government must speak with a single voice, and our city council, you, are that single voice, according to both our city charter and the municipal code. Second, CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, requires review of all agency decisions that possibly impact environmental resources. And we find no evidence that the required review was performed here. First, government must speak with one voice. Our city charter and municipal code give the highest powers to you, the city council. The Parks and Recreation Commission is clearly subordinate to the council. Subordinate commissions cannot overturn decisions or take actions contrary to the highest authority. That would be corrosive to government at any level. Allowing this decision to stand undermines not only landmark resolutions, but the future authority of all city council decisions. I want to revisit what went into the council's decision in 1997 because it describes what makes these trees special, not expendable, not swappable, and not substitutable. What did the council members know at the time of landmarking? Well, there are some answers that are written into the resolution and the staff report that became part of the 1997 documentation. Council members knew that the tree roots disrupted sidewalks and curbs. They knew the utility company would continue to protect high voltage lines. They knew some trees died and had been replaced before with young Italian stone pines. Recognizing these ongoing hazards to the tree's survival, perhaps even because of these hazards, they landmarked the entire stand to give them our city's highest protection and care. They knew about the importance of Dr. Doremus to our urban forest even before we had an urban forest. And the council knew that there was long-standing public support and affection for the trees and their canopy. The point here is that all of these conditions still exist today, and they are relevant. What did the council members expect from the landmarking at the time? They understood they were landmarking Italian stone pines and only Italian stone pines. They had no expectation of a later challenge to this. And frankly, in more than 135 official city landmarks, we know of no other instance where the designation has been challenged, much less rescinded. Did that council expect to preserve and perpetuate the iconic tree canopy or simply the individual trees, as staff has insinuated? In the staff's council agenda report, they would have you believe that each individual tree is in itself a landmark and that the council members who sat in your chairs 28 years ago intended these trees to be a temporary landmark. Staff is saying that the sunsetting of the landmark is not a bug in the wording, but it's a feature that they intended. We believe that there is no reasonable person in this room that would expect that a council, or this council or any other council, would landmark a temporary historic resource they expected would eventually disappear as individual trees died. If the council had intended to landmark individual trees, they would have created individual landmark resolutions for each tree. We will admit that it can be difficult for someone, particularly 28 years later, to tell from the record what the council expected. So we asked one of those decision makers. You received in your packet a letter from the then council member, now state assembly member, Greg Hart. The letter is not available online for public viewing, so I will read just one paragraph for the audience. And Mr. Hart writes, quote, "It was my understanding at the time, and I believe the expectation of both the council and the community, that this landmark designation was intended to preserve not just the existing trees, but the continuity of the historic tree canopy. This included the assumption that as individual trees aged or declined, they would be replaced with younger specimens of the same species to sustain the cultural and historical significance of the landmark," end quote. Assemblymember Hart mentions the historic tree canopy. In historian language, that is called a character-defining feature. The evidence of subsequent replanting by city staff for lost trees over more than 25 years since their landmarking is proof of Mr. Hart's proper interpretation. As I said earlier, we do not contest that when trees become hazardous, they must be dealt with, and CEQA allows that. But respecting the will of the 1997 Council requires continued and successful efforts to replace downed trees with new Italian stone pines, and failure to replace trees is what constitutes the de-landmarking effort. What did the council members do? The council unanimously recognized these trees are on special street blocks, visually and geographically. They form an unbroken historic path from our El Pueblo Viejo directly to the high school, which is the oldest high school in the county, and it's now landmarked by both this city, your council, and the county. And then to the Depression-era County Bowl in the often underappreciated East Side neighborhood. They landmarked this stand of trees, this species of tree, which created a grand canopy on these blocks, and they named it in honor of the significant Santa Barbaran who first planted them. Our second appeal point, CEQA review is required. CEQA is not merely a procedural statute. It imposes clear and substantive responsibilities on agencies such as this council or the commission that propose to approve projects, requiring those public agencies not approve projects that harm the environment unless and until all feasible mitigation measures are employed to minimize the harm. The 1997 council resolution properly applied a CEQA categorical exemption on the basis that the city was designated a historical landmark where there had been none before. However, today, going from landmark to no landmark, which is the cumulative result of this Parks and Recreation Commission decision, diminishes protection for a currently designated historic resource and and environmental amenity. The law says no categorical exemption can be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource. Even supposedly minor actions, if they are of the same type, like cutting down a tree, in the same place, like on East Anapamu Street, and which cause a cumulative significant effect over time, are not allowed to use a categorical exemption of any kind. A decision-making body must pursue all feasible mitigations to satisfy CEQA requirements. And we contend that the simplest mitigation here is to plant more Italian stone pines. Because we found no evidence of any environmental review performed in connection with the commission decision, and because no CEQA exemptions can apply, in order to change the street tree designation or allow the landmark to disappear, we believe the environmental impact report, a full environmental impact report is required to understand the potentially harmful impacts on the landmark trees. Now, a final word about CEQA. I'm sure you're glad to hear it's the final word. Words matter. Admitting that we are not attorneys, but supported by many lay summaries online written by reputable law firms, we offer this description of a legal case that could easily be mistaken for Santa Barbara. More than a decade ago, the city of Santa Cruz had budget problems that forced them to reduce their urban forest staffing in 2009. That city looked for ways to streamline management of what they still call their heritage trees, and they changed their ordinance covering tree care. A community group called Save Our Big Trees sued, saying that the change was a decrease in tree protection despite Santa Cruz labeling their ordinance as providing increased protection. The community group lost. And they appealed to California's 6th District Court of Appeals in San Jose. And in a sharply worded 2015 unanimous decision, the appeals court ruled for the plaintiff, Save Our Big Trees. The court said Santa Cruz could not claim their new ordinance increased protections, tree protections, when, to the court's eye, just the opposite occurred. In addition, the court was unmoved by the city's argument that it was protecting fewer heritage trees, but more effectively. 2 points from the decision are relevant to Santa Barbara. First, an agency may not, through its actions or ordinances, decrease the protection of an environmental or historic resource, deny that there's any impact, or suggest that its action does exactly the opposite. Second, the decision-making agency, that would be you or the commission, has the burden to produce what is legally called substantial evidence that its actions will not harm a historic resource. That 2015 decision is easy to find online. Just look for Save Our Big Trees versus City of Santa Cruz. But wait, in addition to running afoul of CEQA, we believe this reduction in protection for a historic resource also is a violation of our very own municipal code against demolition by neglect, which is defined as, and I quote from the code, a situation in which a property owner, through neglect and lack of maintenance, allows a historic resource or character-defining feature of a historic resource to suffer severe deterioration, potentially beyond the point of repair. The Parks and Recreation Commission decision to change the street tree on these blocks implies the canopy with existing trees is, to quote the code, potentially beyond the point of repair. We as a city would not allow a private owner to do what the city has done with these trees. A private owner would be required to repair or restore features of a landmark that have been deteriorated. In the case of this landmark, that requires replanting Italian stone pines to replace those that died, fell, or were taken down. There is no distinction in our city municipal code between structural and cultural landmarks in any of its sections, and yet the Department of Parks and Rec treats cultural landmarks very differently than structural landmarks. Here we show you a page from the city's current website announcing the recent renovation of the landmarked Plaza Del Mar bandshell. This is a prime example of the double standard at work, even though the municipal code says a landmark is a landmark is a landmark. The panel on the left side of the screen shows the exact wording from the webpage. Like the Anapamu trees, the bandshell is a designated city landmark. Like some Anapamu trees, the bandshell fell into disrepair and was deemed unsafe to the public. But unlike the Anapamu trees, nobody suggested chopping the bandshell down. Of course not. It was a landmark, and they raised almost $1.4 million to restore it. Now, that's the way landmarks should work. So here are our requests. In general, we believe procedural errors were made in this decision, but we do not want just an acknowledgement, oops, we'll correct the errors, we'll take the CEQA steps. Instead, we ask that the Council's 1997 intended action be upheld and honored. We want these trees, this species of tree, preserved, protected, added to, and maintained. Specifically, first, please grant our appeal. Set aside the Commission's invalid decision and direct staff to retain and replant the Italian stone pines, thereby honoring the 1997 landmark designation. If needed, reword and strengthen the original resolution to clarify preservation of the collective canopy as well as individual trees in perpetuity. Second, direct staff to proceed with their planned replanting schedule, but using only Italian stone pine saplings in all the assessor parcels listed in the original landmark resolution, and to create a long-term infrastructure plan for the 6 blocks of East Anapamu that will perpetuate the intended pine canopy and improve the sustainability of the landmark species of trees. In closing, we remind you of the Council's consistent position and public promises on these trees, which span decades. You've seen the former Council Member Hart's letter recalling his 1997 understanding and his sense of the community's expectation. Here also is former Mayor Helene Snyder's 2014 statement to television cameras. Quote, "The stone pines are magnificent trees of great value to the community and the city's urban forest. We will endeavor to do all that we can to make sure the remaining trees thrive during the drought and for many years beyond." Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes and 6 seconds left to rebut, if you so choose. Thank you, Mr. Clausen. A little unusual, but so the next 20-minute period could go to Parks and Rec Commissioner, if you would care to speak. Staff, it wouldn't be fair to give you 2 more bites of the apple, but you do have a 10-minute rebuttal period per our format. Would you like to use any of that to rebut or to restate your issues?
Mr. Mayor, we have both Kathy McGill from the Parks and Recreation Commission here to speak on behalf of the commission, as well as Duke McPherson from the Street Tree Advisory Committee, and we would recommend that they have the opportunity to
Then
speak.
they can be the appellants and take that period, then use the 20 minutes as they choose. So reset to 20 minutes, please. Of course, you got to find somebody that's willing to do it.
I've been editing on the fly, but I don't fly very well now.
That's quite all right. You got plenty of time. So
I prepared a 3-minute comment, so I am not going to take 20 unless you have questions, which is largely why I'm
we're
here.
going to do
Anyways,
questions once we're done with all the testimony.
fabulous. Anyways, good afternoon. Kathy McGill. I'm Chair of Parks and Recreation Commission, and I'm here representing the commission, but I guess also, in a sense, I'm here to speak for the trees. And the reason I say that is because when we had our meeting in October, I'm going to say I don't think we spent any time talking about the jurisdiction issues that have been talked about in this conversation. We were really talking about the trees themselves and what they've been through historically and what their future is likely to look like for that species in that corridor. And I think that's really the balance of where our conversation was. I'm going to say that recommending a change in designation was a very difficult decision. Everybody on the commission appreciates the beauty of the promenade, appreciates the historic nature of the promenade, and I would say we also appreciated, or I personally appreciated, the thought and the consideration that the public speakers and on both sides of the issues brought to the table. So there was a really rich and robust conversation with the public and with the staff and with the commission. I love stone pines. I think they're spectacular, and they really can define a landscape. But it's stone pines in the right environment. I mean, they're big specimen trees. And the question that really came to us over and over, and we asked a lot of questions, is not only is it the right environment now, but can it ever be the right environment for the stone pines? And that's really what it came to. We all know, we've all heard how they've struggled as that canopy and that promenade has struggled as Santa Barbara has urbanized and grown. We know about the root pruning. We know about the tension wires. And the conversation really was, if we continue down the same road, can anything really ever be different with that particular species? And after asking lots of questions and talking about the alternatives, including different tree management aspects of stone pines and different trees, I would say sadly came to the conclusion that in the Anapamu corridor, basically it's the wrong tree in the wrong place for the wrong time. And so we supported the recommendation. Looking at the alternatives, we also agreed that the coast live oak is the best alternative, and we understood, we asked about co-designation, and we understood the answers that we got. And there was a lot of good public comment about the appropriateness of the coast live oaks. It being a tree that can thrive in many environments, it provides a canopy, it provides habitat, it's a native, it's a just quintessential California canopy tree. And regardless whether it's stone pines or coast live oaks, we're not talking about planting a promenade for, you and me. This is a for the future. And that really then took us to, I think, maybe the end of our conversation, which was, yes, we could do the stone pines, but at the end of the day, it kind of felt like we were not doing, it's a living being. That's not doing the tree a service. If you put it in a well where it just simply cannot thrive, you just didn't feel something that felt appropriate for the trees. It was not taking the trees into consideration. And in a sense, we didn't use this language, but it's kind of pushing the wreck down the road. The trees aren't going to thrive. Someone down the road, it's not going to be me, it's not going to be you. Down the road, this problem's not going away, and it will be revisited. And whereas now, if we change the designation, this is where we got to with difficulty, it provides a possibility of a future of a canopy that thrives for the next generations. And that's really where we got to.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
There's 15 minutes and 22 seconds left. Would anybody else like to speak on the applicants, or the applicants part? Ms. Zachary, did you have someone else you wanted to, okay.
My name is Duke McPherson. I'm a member of the Street Tree Advisory Committee and been on the committee for about 20 years. I've gotten to know trees. I've been a certified arborist for 20 years too, and many years before that ran a tree service and got to know the sort of good, bad, and ugly aspects of trees in our area here. We have a problem with this species of tree in restricted zones like street tree, used as a street tree. They're magnificent otherwise when given lots of room for root growth. The problem here is that there's a built-in obsolescence to this species used as a street tree. Let's face it. You plant this tree, beautiful young tree, by the time it gets mature, with all the root pruning and chopping and cutting, the tree has become destabilized and it's time to take it out. So this is kind of ironic, and I hope that you will deny the appeal in a large way, big way on this basis. My gosh, you gave me so much time. I think that I would be repeating a lot of what has been said before. So, again, this species is just fantastic, and the original allay was not to be exceeded in beauty. Let's just remember that. But we can't avoid the facts of the matter. This is an inappropriate species as a street tree. So again, please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the applicant has 13 minutes and 11 seconds left if they choose to rebut, and then we go back to staff for a 10-minute period. If you have any follow-up you'd like to make.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, Jill Zachary, I'm the Parks and Recreation Director. I guess the only thing I would like to do is to reiterate that the action by the Parks and Recreation Commission does not de-landmark the existing stone pines or in any way undermine the resolution that was adopted by council in 1997. There are 46 stone pines on Anapamu Street. In my tenure with the department, which has been a number of years at this point, I believe we've lost somewhere between 15 and 20 trees, mature trees. And at each time we've lost a tree, we've been very fortunate that it has not caused any major harm or damage. We're at a point where we've been talking about this for many years. The last 9 months, there's been extensive discussion, particularly in light of the significant rainstorms that we had in February and January of 2024. That only further illustrated our concerns regarding the longevity of these trees. And as staff of the Parks and Recreation Department with the responsibility for making recommendations related to the urban forest, believed that now is the time to have that discussion and determine what our next steps are. And both the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission did take into consideration whether or not to change the species designation. They did not speak to at any point whether what the action they were taking would de-landmark the remaining existing trees. So there's two things going on here, and they took the action as allowed under the municipal code. Where we go from here will depend on whether we want to retain that species for Anapamu Street and any other recommendations council might make.
All right, thank you. Did you have another comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Rouse, council members, my name is Heather Minter. I'm a deputy city attorney. I would just like to respond to the CEQA discussion earlier. My apologies. From the appellant. And I would just like to reiterate that staff did do a CEQA review. And for the Park and Recreation Commission decision to change the street tree designation for the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street, we found that 2 exemptions apply for the CEQA guidelines, section 15304, which is minor alterations to land. And this is because the change in species designation is considered a minor alteration because it does not involve the removal of healthy, mature scenic trees. It merely changes the species to be planted in the future. Also, CEQA guidelines section 15307, action by regulatory agencies for protection of natural resources applies because this decision was an action taken as authorized by the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to ensure a species better suited to our natural environment is planted in the future. And again, no mature trees will be removed or damaged. I would also just like to point out that staff does not have the ability to go back and talk to people from 30 years ago who were sitting in your position. We have to go off of what is on the 4 corners of the resolution. And when we did our review of the resolution, we saw a very clear intent for 79 individual trees for the reasons noted on our council agenda report, that the council at the time intended to landmark just the 79 trees. Therefore, trees planted in the parkways after that would be considered to be street trees, regardless of their species. So that can be changed, and that's what occurred here. Just wanted to reiterate that we certainly understand the public's concern, and we are happy to know that someone cares so much about these trees as we do, but we would like to see these this appeal denied. Thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, I'll go back to see if Mr. Clausen would like to take advantage of the 3 minutes and 6 seconds you have to rebut anything you've heard. And would the clerk please change the clock back to 3 minutes and 6 seconds, please?
I may donate the 6 seconds, but I'll gladly take the 3 minutes.
Okay. Deal.
Let's see, where do I start? The CEQA part. Okay, you have your opinion. We have ours. We thought that CEQA initial study was a public process. We didn't find any evidence that it got done. And when we asked through Mr. Slack for an explanation of the attorney's interpretation that each tree was its own landmark, we were told, no, We can't tell you that because that is protected by attorney-client privilege according to government code, yada, yada, yada. We're the client, aren't we? I mean, we're residents of the city. So we were a little bit put off by that. Secondly, no, I don't want to do that. I've got here the documents, the public documents of landmark resolutions for the Plaza Del Mar band shell and for this building, City Council. They're all general in the same sense that the landmark designation for the trees was general. None of these, neither of these says, oh, well, this is how we want this landmark to be repaired if it needs repairs. Repairs for a living landmark is replanting. And so the fact that there's no specification that in the original landmarking tree designation for replacing trees, that's baloney. That's like saying when you want to repair the ladies' restroom here, as happened, you can't do that. No, because it wasn't designated. That's not true. We think that the commission didn't get all the information it was supposed to get. Nobody ever mentioned sudden oak death syndrome. Sounds pretty scary, and it is. 30 years ago, it was first identified in Northern California and near the Oregon border, and it's now moved down to Monterey County. In the 30 years that it'll take for new oaks to grow here, it could be in Santa Barbara County. And guess what? It is caused by a fungus that may be already in the duff of our trees. It's not harming the pine trees, but it is specific. It specifically kills this genus, this species of oak, Quercus agrifolia. And over the last 30 years, millions of oak trees have died. On the West Coast here, it's exclusively coast live oak. On the East Coast, it's Quercus virginiana, which is the southern live oak. Nobody mentioned that to them. We could be looking at replanting with an oak tree that in 30 years, when it's supposed to have a glorious canopy, it's dying because it's got sudden oak death syndrome. Yeah, that's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I give you back the 4 seconds.
Thank you, appreciate that. And then lastly, is there any further comment from the commissioners? All right, very good. Well, with that, we will wrap up the evidentiary part of the hearing, and we will go to council questions of parties. And then we'll start out with, and after that, of course, we'll have public comment and then deliberation. So we'll go with Ms. Harmon first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is actually a deceptively complex hearing now that I'm listening to everything. So I want to just start, hopefully you guys can help me understand what it is that we're really deciding on here today, because there's a lot of different issues, and I'm going to sort of lay out what I think we're deciding on, and maybe you can correct me where my understanding is incorrect. So there's this first threshold issue with regard to the designation. Staff's interpretation is that the trees themselves are the historical landmarks, so we are not doing anything to that designation by putting in a new species when the tree is removed. That's staff's perspective? And so on that question, though, what we're essentially doing is confirming that interpretation of the resolution if we reach the second point, which is saying yes to a different species. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, the question before you is, does the Parks and Recreation Commission have the authority to change the street tree designation from Italian stone pine to some other species? And then does the council agree with that change? So if yes, they have the authority, and yes, we agree with that change, or no, and this is why not.
So isn't their authority predicated on whether or not it's the trees themselves or Italian stone pines more generally are what are historically landmarked?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, you are correct in that there is a threshold issue to decide here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And if we decide on that threshold issue that it is Italian stone pines broadly and not the specific trees themselves, then we don't need to reach that second issue about which tree goes in. Is that correct? Because it would be Italian stone pines, unless we say we want to remove the designation.
So,
Correct.
Councilmember Harmon, in the resolution does not address what should be replanted. There's no direction whatsoever given, regardless of stone pines or not. So you would likely need to come back with direction to staff to amend the resolution.
But if we found that resolution, sorry, this is where I keep getting stuck. If we found that resolution's intent, and understanding the four corners of the document is not necessarily clear, but if we were to find that the intent of that resolution was to landmark Italian stone pines generally and not the specific trees, we wouldn't need to come back with direction on what to plant, because it would be a landmark that they're planted there, and we wouldn't have the authority to plant anything else. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful, just in orienting myself. And then I just have an additional question about, separately, about the trees themselves, and maybe we won't even reach that question, maybe we will, or that decision point. But I think it was, I don't remember who said it, I apologize, but someone was talking about how the Italian stone pines really can't thrive in the way that we might want them to. As a layperson, they look pretty thriving. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. And I think it was also said that they last 50 plus years, and it seems from what I'm reading online that their expected lifespan is only like 50 to 100 years. So how are they not thriving is, I guess, my question. And I'm reserving my comments on the implications on the roots. Like, those are serious problems, infrastructure problems, but this is where I'm confused.
Excuse me, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon. I think a lot of that commentary has to do with the long-term challenges that the trees provide. If you read the resolution in one of the exhibits, they reference initial root pruning beginning in 1943, and then there's been several iterations of that root pruning. So it's a species that has thrived here, but I think it's more when you look at the committee and the commission's review, it's like what makes practical sense moving forward, trying to still maximize the gained environmental benefits, reduce heat island, all those things, while trying to reduce long-term infrastructure conflicts. And the reality of the situation is there are some spectacular trees there. There's no doubt about it. You couldn't take anybody down that street and be like, these trees aren't great, right? But all of the failures of the large mature trees we've had, it's a direct result of root pruning. And so you cut roots and you cut roots and you fix the roads, you fix the curb and gutter, you fix the sidewalk. Eventually you get decay organisms within the root system. That progresses. That takes time. It's very similar to like a human with a disease. Things don't happen quickly, but they do happen. And it creates a very difficult situation for staff. So I think there's less, it's more of a focus on what makes practical sense moving forward from a tree replacement strategy. We're acknowledging that the trees that are in place are great. We continue to maintain them. We do what we can for them. But in terms of making practical, proactive decisions for replacement trees moving forward, the committee and the commission made the decision that an alternative species was more suitable for the street than the Italian stone pine.
Thank you. And my final question, Mr. Mayor, is on that point. The coast live oak, and again, I know nothing about this, so I'm relying on your advice here. It looks to me pretty big, and I mean, I've read online that the roots are not quite as intense, but still's got some serious roots. So how much better, how much easier is a coast live oak? Is it 10% better? Is it maximally better such that it's not even a question for you that this is going to make life so much easier? Or like, how much benefit are we getting from a practical infrastructure perspective?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, I think it's difficult to quantify.
Sorry, that's a terrible question. But.
And I also, in my profession, have learned to never say never with trees. So I'm never going to say that a coast live oak can't disrupt hardscape. But again, The literature suggests it, research suggests it, that it's highly adaptable. And sort of like in plain talk, if you want to compare those two species, and this is not a knock against Italian stone pine, this is just objective information. It is one of the most aggressive in terms of root disruption. It has a tendency to disrupt asphalt on a level that is arguable. It may be the most of all species that we have in the community. And that's not a knock on the tree, it just is a reality. That they wound and they cause this bubbling of the asphalt, and that's happened. You guys have driven down Anapamu when it was bad. That's all tree root related. And I think, another component of looking at the merits of the coast live oak versus the stone pines is, they're both classified as low water use, so they're both like sensitive to like the, our changing environment. But the conifers in general, and I think this was a opinion stressed by the committee as well, are sort of falling out of favor in some ways. We're seeing greater uptick in mortality of, the genus Pinus throughout the community. We used to have tons of Monterey pines everywhere. You can't find them anymore. We've lost stone pines in McKenzie Park, which were planted back in the early 60s. The University Club recently lost, a large mature Italian stone pine that was in the grass, so it had a lot of rooting area. So these, hotter, drier, more sort of hostile growing conditions also is like a major contributing factor to the recommendation to use the coast live oak, because it is here and it is adapted to our environment on a better level than a Mediterranean species.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a few questions, maybe a few more than a few. I like Councilmember Harmon. This is much more complex than it seems at first glance on it. So the first one is, so I did a little reading and I found that the Cal Poly Urban Forest Ecosystems Institute estimates that the longevity of the urban Italian stone pine is between 50 to 150 years. Is that an accurate statement? I'll say the 100 to the 150 on the range for an urban tree, and are you familiar with that study in particular?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I use the Select Tree website all the time, which is the Cal Poly website. Almost every species listed on there has an expectancy of 50 to 150 years. I know that intimately. And the reality is very similar to, sort of what makes the tree special is we just simply don't know. I mean, the stone pines that are there, some of them are, more than a century old, which I think is in any street tree scenario pretty exemplary. But, it's just difficult to say. We deal with such hostile environments when we talk street trees. They're surrounded by impermeable surface. There's a 10-foot front yard that backs up against the sidewalk on some of the properties on Anapamu, and in other cases there's almost no front yard, so you even wonder where the roots go. And then there's the root pruning and infrastructure challenges, and that's true of all of our urban trees. It's a very difficult environment to be successful in terms of growing a healthy tree population, and can, I think, massively reduce like the long-term longevity of a species.
You mentioned where do the roots go, and one of the questions, we talk about asphalt and sidewalks, which I'll get to in a second, but another issue that comes up throughout the city is the issue of sewer laterals. And since there are residences here, are we aware of any, and you mentioned earlier that the tree roots here are more aggressive than most trees within our street tree system. Is there any evidence that these have impacted sewer laterals at all?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I don't have any direct knowledge, but it's almost guaranteed. I think, the wastewater group, they say it best, right? You would take care of your roof and you need to take care of your sewer lateral. So the reality in our world is that most old sewer laterals from old residences tend to be like clay tile or Orangeburg, things that have far exceeded their shelf life, and they kind of just sit inside of one another, and the ground moves tremendously around here. The materials break down. You've got seeping water in an area with high oxygen content, so it's rich for root proliferation. So it's something that we deal with on a community-wide level, and there's a sort of a national approach in terms of sewer lateral versus like root intrusion, and there's always an issue with the sewer lateral that allows root infiltration. So it's possible, the SLIP program is working with residents, readily to fix sewer laterals, and it's something that we deal with on a citywide level. So it's safe to say that there has been root intrusion on
But
some
it's
of
not
these
specific to these trees. I mean, it has, but it's not specific to these trees. There's all the other species, or many of the other species as well, would cause issues.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Yeah, so when I talk about the disruption, I'm talking much more about sidewalk, curb and gutter, and then this sort of anomaly with the asphalt, where if you remove the asphalt, the root tissue is sort of almost like calloused, or it has this like wounding response where it develops these burls, which leads to all of these disruptions in the asphalt. And that's been, it's related supposedly to like just automobile weight of the asphalt flexing causing root injury. And it's pretty exclusive to stone pines and trees within the Pinus genus.
So in addition, some of the issues have been that up until the 90s, till 97, most of the trees were surviving. There were 79 at the time, and there's far fewer now. I think it says 57, and there's some others that have come down, so it's actually could be in the upper 40s, depending on which data are there. A couple things with that is that due to maintenance issues, or are there issues, one, the longevity of the trees, so some of them are over a century old. But after the site visit, where I'm going with this is, after the site visit yesterday, like I said, I went over to the Quarantina Street 700, just to take a look at it. I've been there before, but not with the critical eye of a hearing coming up. And those trees are absolutely beautiful, and they provide the type of canopy that we would want on Anapamu or anywhere. And what I immediately noticed, though, was that each of those trees had a bulb out, for lack of a better word, on there, where it went out into the street. And so then one of the requests of the appellants is to come up with a plan. And so we mentioned how it's mentioned that there's not enough room for the roots right now. Would that be considered a best practice for the Italian stone pines if we want to get them to the condition where we want them to thrive, that we would need to put bulb outs in for that? Or is there other ways to allow them the growth if we were to keep them?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I think anytime you're talking about tree performance, space is best. So anytime there's more space, that's great for all tree species. I think, one of the real differentiating components between Anapamu and Quarantina, and based on very loose history, those may have been planted by Superintendent Stevens as well. I think there's just been less repairs made. I think the site's different, the soil's different. We talk microclimates in the community too, but that used to be, deep, very rich, sort of swampy soil that was eventually developed. So I think more space would be better for new trees, but I don't think, say you made that space bigger around the existing mature trees, that we would guarantee really significant gains in longevity, if that makes sense.
It does, and if we were to go down the path where we kept the tree, the stone pine, and we're planting new ones, knowing what we know now, that there's not enough space, we would have to take the consideration seriously through whatever means, public means, that we would need to perhaps remove parking spaces and provide more space for the trees. Because I think it's important, if we get into this, that we know that saving the trees, there'll be other impacts. And right now, it is not working for the trees in terms of having that little of a space when you compare it to 700 Quarantina. So would that be something that, if we were to keep the Italian stone pines, that we would have to seriously consider?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I think that's very pragmatic. Yeah, I think when you look at, a large mature tree species, you want to try to give it as much space as you can. So I think that would make very good sense.
And then the other question, kind Councilmember Harmon had a lot of my questions as well, but one gets into the difference. One is, can you just speak to the issue of the sudden oak death syndrome, and if that is something that we should be worried about if we were to go to the Coast Live Oak?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I'm sure there's clearly varied opinions on that. You see it mortality much more with like a tan bark oak than the native Coast Live oaks. Tree disease is a real possibility. There's a myriad of them that we experience. I think that when you look at the general population of urban Coast Live oaks, it's not something that we see. I think that if you were to talk to the actual arboricultural community, it's seen in very low numbers around here. So I have less concern about it than I would say other diseases that might affect other trees.
Okay, thank you. And then I think this is the last part, and the other might be more for city attorney. So you might be up next, Ms. Connect, but in the difference between the Coast Live Oak and the Italian Stone Pine, is there a difference in fire issues, such as we all know eucalyptus is not good for fire conditions. Is one more, for lack of a better word, flammable if there was a fire in the city than the other, or are they about the same, or just a ballpark? Is one a eucalyptus and closer to eucalyptus, or are they less of a threat?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I think when you look at the sensitivity of fire within those two species, the stone pine is definitely more of a fire concern. I would probably defer to like a fire prevention staff member to kind of really like drill down into that, but it's oftentimes far more concerning. It has a lot to do with just the needle versus the leaf. And then I think when you look at the stone pine versus the Coast Live Oak, it's a fire adapted species. It's something that it occurs all throughout the foothills here. And anything can burn, but it's a species that has a very high adaptability to fire. And to your point, it's probably the stone pine's much closer to a eucalyptus than a Coast Live Oak is in terms of fire susceptibility.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. I got to kind of over the map here. One of the issues, this is more for Ms. Well, we'll decide whichever staff, but there was an issue raised in the appellant's letter about Edison, and it gets to the pruning of the trees for electric utilities and whether or not the city has the ability to supersede Edison on this. Do we have any authority to direct Edison on how they prune the trees in regards to the power lines?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I don't know the answer to that, but I do not think we do.
So Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, the Southern California Edison's regulated by the Public Utilities Commission, so it's sort of like a state level agency. So they really do supersede the local regulations. However, we do work closely with Edison. So what they're doing is they're not really even, you shouldn't think of it as tree pruning. They're just trying to provide what they consider minimum required distance based on the nominal voltage of the line. So the higher the voltage that line carries, the greater the distance that they're pruning. We've worked with them, especially here recently, to hold them to the bare minimum standards. So those lines are relatively low voltage. So I think it's about 18 inches is really all they need to maintain. The challenge, I think, with this particular species is they've gotten so big that they've kind of enveloped the lines, so then you get that, shaved out V appearance. And that's really just kind of unavoidable with, modern infrastructure like overhead utility lines.
And Councilmember Friedman, just my experience in Northern California, PG&E had a mandate to prune a number of trees, and that was irregardless of local jurisdictions, and they actually came through and actually forced removal of a number of trees in a lot of communities after some of the fires up in Northern California. So I do think that SC obviously they've been a good partner with the city, but that is something that, if they chose to for fire or safety reasons, they would have jurisdiction over that versus the city.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is in regards to the conditions of the the sidewalk in particular. With the roots coming up, and we've heard that we have to do excessive pruning of the roots, which causes damage to the trees in the long term. Are there issues with trip and fall issues with those trees in the city? Do we know if there's issues, or is this something that we would expect to continue unless we did the more pruning to the trees, which would have a negative impact? Because that area the sidewalks are raised. I'm just trying to understand in the future, if we continue down the path of this, if we're going to have to do more aggressive maintenance on the sidewalks or face more trip and falls.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I have experience with litigation on that particular street with those stone pines. That was probably 8 years ago. I'm not sure if there's been any other recent ones because I am not in litigation anymore, but I can vouch that there has been litigation.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just have a couple. Mr. Clausen showed his picture of landmarks, and one of them is the fig tree, the Morton fig tree too. Are those the only two in the city that we have called landmarks that are living things?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, I don't have the specific number, but there's others. There's the Tree of Light, which is a privately owned Norfolk Island pine at the corner of Carrillo and Japala. It's a shopping center there.
Shopping center, yep.
There's, I believe, 5 lemon-scented gum eucalyptus.
Okay, don't need them all.
All right, there's more than 2.
So
Sorry.
my question there is this the first time such a question has come up? And I'll paraphrase what Mr. Clausen said, that repair for a living landmark is replacement. So I've never heard that before, but that gets to the crux of part of your argument and the potential disagreement here. So how have we looked at other, or have we not had to look at other situations on living landmarks and what that means when they are no longer living?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, based on my history with the department, we have not had to address this in the past. There are 2 landmark trees adjacent to the historic mission called the Coda sycamores. There is now 1 left. But we have not addressed, do we have to replace that sycamore because it was lost. I would also add that the pepper tree in front of City Hall is a landmark tree.
And then, Councilmember Friedman talked a little bit about the phrase best practices. And I just wanted to really just be a little more blunt about the role of best practices in trying to maintain these trees. But in particular, are there, in your opinion, are there really best practices available in the current situation as it exists now, which you described earlier, and I'll just paraphrase that too. A sidewalk out to a parkway that's only 3 feet wide, and after that, an asphalt road. Is there really anything that can be done in the best practices there to improve the lot of those trees or ensure future success of new trees?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, I think when you look at the existing site constraints and you think about potential success in the future for replacement trees, the only thing that you could add would be root barrier, and that that's partially effective. It kind of depends on who you talk to within the arboricultural community. And then in terms of the mature trees, given the existing site constraints, there's really nothing that you can do to improve their condition.
Other than infrastructure changes.
Correct.
Right, that you talked about. Okay. And then on the process that's gone through here to attempt to change the designation, this is exactly the same process we followed prior to this when we've changed or started other designations. Would that be correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, that's correct. We change designations almost monthly now.
Okay. And my last question is way over my pay grade, but Mr. Clausen had a slide that I'm going to interpret, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. But it was slide 10, and it talked about what I thought was exceptions to exceptions for for pursuing or not pursuing CEQA. And it was the bottom one on their their bullet F, which somebody's going to have to help me maybe, but it had to do with the degradation of an existing landmark as a whole. It had some wishy-washy language in there. You'd have to agree that there's a degradation to an existing landmark, but you couldn't apply an exception to reach an exception for CEQA if that was taking place. Have I paraphrased that pretty good? Okay, thank you. So, but to me, that's, I'd like to hear an argument against that, because to me that resonated that the action being taken could fit that role, that clause of not being eligible for an exception, because it carves out an exception to pursuing your exception, even though those other exceptions exist somewhere else. This is why I'm not an attorney. Thank you. So.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, it's an exemption is what we were applying. And if there can sometimes be an exception to an exemption, which we have looked at, because it's the difference here in the argument is that what the appellants are saying is that it's the whole block basically is, and all those bunch of trees are historic. What we're saying is no, and we're not doing anything to those historic trees. It's going forward. So therefore, the two exemptions that we are applying are relevant.
So I'm going to put on the other hat for a second. So I think what they're saying is the out year consequence to that, by not replanting the same tree, whether I agree with that or not, just going to play that role, then meets exactly that line in line F where you're eroding or removing the existing landmark by that action, and that prevents you from not taking advantage of that exemption or exception in CEQA.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, that's what they're saying, but it's that fine line distinction where we're saying we're not taking the action to remove the trees. The trees are simply dying.
Correct.
And those are the landmark trees. There's nothing that says we have to replace them with the same tree. Therefore, if we replace them with a different tree, it's not impacting the environment.
Okay.
And the historic trees.
All right. Stay right there. One last question. So in the insurance world, there's a phrase called absolute or strict liability. And so this goes back to the question that Councilmember Friedman asked about work on the sidewalks and stuff. So we know there's an issue. The characteristic of the tree itself, you just Google it, the characteristic of the tree itself in an environment like that leads to problems with the street, problems with the sidewalk, problems with the shallow roots everywhere, problems with sewer laterals. Knowing that and then continuing to plant them, doesn't that just place us in a position of strict or absolute liability for any damages suffered by damages out there in the public?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, no, not strict liability. It would be on a case-by-case basis. Someone may argue that in their lawsuit, but also the city has certain immunities, so.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I had a question about specifically about the historical designation. So if we were to replace the dying stone pines with coast live oak, does that mean that as the stone pines are dying, the historical designation dies with it? In other words, does that mean that all of those blocks will no longer have a designation as soon as the last of those stone pines dies and is replaced? Would that be an accurate interpretation?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santamaria, essentially that's correct. So during the analysis of the resolution, there was a specific focus on the 79 trees at the time of adoption of the resolution, and there was no guidance or condition to keep planting that species. So what's before you today is the commission took action to change the street tree species to the coast live oak. And so if the appeal is denied, future street tree replacements would be the coast live oak, and that it's fair to say that the Doremus stone pine landmark is finite in that as trees die, that number of trees that are landmarked is reduced.
And is there anywhere explicitly that it says it's limited? So I saw that it says the canopy and the row of stone pines, and then they're specifying how many were there currently. Is there anything that specifies that that designation is only to those 79 trees?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santa Maria. There's a few different places in this resolution where we focused, my apologies, we focused on when we made that determination. Not only are we discussing in the title where it speaks of the mature Italian stone pines, at the time of adoption, if you look at Exhibit B, the Exhibit B goes on the historical background and discusses at the time of planting, I believe we said there was 96 original trees planted, and only 79 were landmarked, and 79 is specific throughout this document. It discusses 15 saplings, and those saplings were not included in that 79 because the 79 is specifically discussed as original trees. So those saplings, although planted by the city at that time, were not included. That may have been a mistake, but this is what we have to go off of, and this is what we were reviewing. So when we look at the rest of the resolution, because recall, Exhibit B is made a part of this resolution when they adopted it, so we must take it at face value. We looked at I'm going to read for a second. Now therefore it be resolved by the Council of the City of Santa Barbara that the Italian stone pine trees, and then located at, it says are designated as a city landmark called the Doremus pine trees, specifically the stone pine trees. And then in that location, it recalls Exhibit A with the APNs to each specific tree, 79 trees. Reasonable minds could differ, and it is difficult to understand. However, this is the interpretation that the city took because this is what made sense to us.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to that. So if we were to plant the coast live oaks, would those trees receive a historical landmark designation, or would we just lose that historical landmark designation in that street?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santa Maria, so the remaining stone pines that have landmark status will have landmark status until they're removed. If new coast live oaks and or Italian stone pines were planted, neither would have landmark status. Because the new stone pines would simply be new stone pines. They are the same species, but there's no historical connection to the existing trees that were planted in 1908 and 1929.
Okay. And my last question on that is if the coast live oaks have a direct link to Dr. Doremus, because I know, there were several species presented, and it's my understanding that the designation was meant to honor the work of Dr. Doremus to the community. So I just wanted to ask about that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santa Maria, there's a really great publication, I think, from the Historical Society called Noticias about Doremus, and he was a planter of oak trees. They were here long before he was here, but he planted a lot of the trees, a lot of the coast live oaks in Oak Park that are still there to this day. So there is, a connection to him, but it's a native species, so it is frequently occurring throughout the community on its own without human intervention.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, very, very good. So with that, we're going to go to the public comment. Like I said, there's a number of you, so we're going to limit it to 2 minutes per speaker. And I'm going to call out a name, and I'm going to call out the person that's on deck right behind them so we can move through this relatively efficiently. We'll start out with Robert Jones, followed by Moni DeWitt. Mr. Jones, are you here? Looks like Moni DeWitt is the first one up, followed by Mickey Cornish.
Okay, I wish I had more than 2 minutes, but I want to thank you all for listening. I'm going to be quick. The resolution, which I have the original of and which I'm going to share with you along with other information that I think you need to know about, their interpretation is way off, I believe, because it says if you diagram sentences, you can track this super easy, and this will settle everything. The resolution of the council, the city of Santa Barbara designating the rows of Italian stone pine trees, in parentheses the Latin name, along both sides of East Anapamu Street from the 300 to the 800 block. They're referencing the canopy. And in parenthesis, they put 79 individual trees. That's just to help you know how many are there that forming the canopy. And the canopy is a critical thing, but I don't have time to explain that. Anyway, it goes on to say, so 1997, your council, or you weren't exactly here, but Greg Hart was, and he already spoke to the validity of what we're saying, is that what needs to happen is these stone pines need to be replaced. We all are okay about the unhealthy ones being cut. But during the 1997 thing, right here it says, that, during that meeting, no one person spoke in opposition. Now, what my problem is, along with losing these beautiful, iconic trees, is what I see as overreach. Because the person who is appointed and who actually appointed the tree commission, those 9 members, they're getting all the power, all the weight, all the discussion. I got all of 2 minutes at another meeting, and they never talked to anybody anyway. If you want to go further, in the exact document highlighted here, the city did plant saplings, all showing that because they lost some then, but the reason why they didn't add that to the 79 is because they were just planting them and they were protecting the canopy. It's all about the canopy. That's what makes it unique, not that we have 79 trees. And the individuals just mentioned in parentheses. Right here, it's, oh God, and Cottage. Cottage saved the Morton fig tree. They did it at a lot of expense. They moved their garage for it, and it would be a joke now if we're just, because it was a landmark, to just say that landmark doesn't mean anything. Landmark means protection, and DeRamos would be crawling over in his grave as the first park superintendent to think that the current park superintendent could care less. Sorry, but it really is wrong and a bad precedent.
Thank you. Mickey Cornish, followed by Kathy McGill. Okay, Mr. Cornish.
Good afternoon. I thought it would be good for you to hear personally from someone who actually lives under these Italian stone pines, as opposed to those, with all due respect, who have filed this appeal and do not. Being a second-generation native of Santa Barbara, our family has a lot of history with Anapamu. In fact, my mother lived around the corner and actually saw these trees planted. We have owned and lived at the corner of Anapamu and Laguna Streets for almost 20 years after downsizing from our family home in the Bel Air Knolls area. When planted, these trees were originally considered a good choice, but I seriously doubt if the gentleman given credit for this choice would make it again today if he knew of the urbanized development that would take place, to include asphalt streets, cement curbs, sidewalks, and such. As a replacement for the fallen and diseased trees, the existing designation of the Italian stone pine was not considered to be the best choice or even a choice by your Street Trees Advisory Committee, which was supported and approved by the Parks and Recreation Committee. I attended some of the meetings of the Advisory Committee and was most impressed with their knowledge of tree options in picking one that is native to our area, develops deep roots, is slow growing, and importantly, drought resistant, as a good alternative for enhancing and beautifying Anapamu Street for the future. The Italian stone pine is the wrong choice today for future generations that would have to deal with the problems these trees cause. The slightest breeze causes a dump of pine needles that creates major cleanup. The roots do not go deep enough and have caused issues in repair over many years to the street, curbs, and sidewalks, as well as to our own plumbing at a substantial personal cost. The Italian stone pine may have been a good choice over 100 years ago, but it is not any longer, even as a replacement today. So, denying the appeal and upholding your committee and commission's decision to replace them as needed with the recommended species designation of the coast live oak would be the best choice for the time now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Got Steve Dowdy, followed by John McKinney.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, City Council members. I was going to say more, but a lot of it's been said. I just had a couple of ideas thinking, just in speculating maybe what some of the intentions of Dr. DeRamis were when he planted these trees, and maybe some of that carried over with the landmarking of these trees. I think the use of the stone pine as a majestic tree that he planted could give a sense of cultural identity. It harkened back to ancient Europe. When you look to Rome, Italy, in fact, today, Via Appia Antica has a lot of these. Villa Borghese, you go down to Florence, Italy, Tuscany, all of that. Many of these Italian stone pines exist and are thriving. I think the cultural emphasis also that Doremus and Franceschi had was more of a colonial view. In fact, they brought over a lot of plants to climatize to the Southern California climate. So it was back before the natives were sort of the vogue. And I think, and that might kind of have gotten us to where the live oak is being under consideration. And the coast live oak is a beautiful tree. I think if you allow it enough room, I've seen these large trunks and drooping branches that almost come down to the ground and creates a very beautiful aesthetic. However, on a street, that's probably not enough room to have that happen. And I think the proportions of the size of the trunk to the tallness of the tree are a lot different than an Italian stone pine. So I just think aesthetically, an Italian stone pine works better in the situation. And just another note on the 700 block of Quarantina, the street has also got pervious pavement. It's got a block that's got holes in it, so a lot of water gets down. And that also includes the bulb outs. Thank you.
Thank you, John McKinney, followed by Gretchen Murray.
Mayor, council members, I've made a career out of telling people to take a hike and take a walk, and written 30 books, including Walk Santa Barbara. So I appreciate you taking a walk to look at the Italian stone pines. But if I was leading a walk, I would be telling you a different story along the way than that of the city parks director. I'd have led you to the 600 block of Anapamu, the scene of previous tree destruction. This block was owned by Augustus Doremus, our first city park director. In the early 20th century, his property was a nursery that grew trees for planting all over the city. He left behind towering trees that were largely left intact until the owner of a new apartment building clear-cut the 100-year-old urban forest without city permission, without consequence. What's left along Anapamu are a couple of tilted palm trees that look like the entry to an In-N-Out burger. On the other side of Anapamu, Italian stone pines and mature vegetation were removed during the construction of the new football field, where once we gazed over a tree canopy over the Pacific, we now see artificial turf and the freeway at a cost of $40 million, and none of that money went to replace the trees. There's nothing there but a chain link fence and a big sign that says, "Thank you, taxpayers." Let's stop erasing our history and removing the Italian stone pines. Let's care for the old ones, nurture some new ones, and make Anapamu green again. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen Murray, followed by Jose Arturo Gallegos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. I'm impromptu on this, but I've lived in Santa Barbara area for more than 40 years, and I've really appreciated the trees along Anapamu. I'm wondering, among the things that have been discussed, you know, going back to permeable sidewalks and being able to get more water to the trees, because I've seen the trees and I've thought that they were underwatered, basically because of all the hardscape around them. And if it could be mitigated, whether the sidewalks are changed so that they go like this around the trees, or you can put in the kind of sidewalks that are actually permeable. We have a lot here in downtown Santa Barbara now. It would be allowing us to be able to keep these trees. And so I am here in support of the appellant and hope that you can be able to continue them as a city landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose Arturo Gallegos, followed by Doki McPherson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Sometimes reading or saying the same thing over could sometimes, sink in. And what I'm going to read here is what Greg Hart said in 1997, city council member at the time, Greg Hart, now currently state assembly member. It was my understanding at the time, and I believe the exception of both the council and the committee, that this landmark designation was intended to preserve not just the existing trees, but the continuity of the historic tree canopy. This included the assumption that as an individual trees aged or declined, they would be replaced with younger specimens of the same species to sustain the cultural and historical significance of the landmark. These trees have been there for approaching 117 years. And to answer Mr. Councilmember Friedman's question about tripping and falling, yesterday afternoon, a lady friend of mine, we met on the first block of East Anapamu Street. We walked it. I have degenerative arthritis in my lower spine. My knees were giving me problems. I have to use a staff to walk. And we walked it. Did I trip, fall, slip because of the roots? No. I made it. I didn't go, crumbling down. And the other thing is, who in the world gave Parks Rec Commission the authority to destroy these, Italian stone pine trees? Who gave them that power to do that? I mean, if Greenland becomes the 51st state with the incoming president, and all of a sudden he's going to, give Parks and Rec the administrative power to go to the tundra forest and destroy those trees in the tundra forest of Greenland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke McPherson, followed by Fred Sweeney. McPherson, I don't know if I got the right first name right or not, but.
Mayor Rouse, he spoke on behalf of the Street Tree Advisory Committee. Duke
Okay.
did. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead with Mr. Sweeney, followed by Anthony Grumbine.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I did have my 2 minutes prepared, but since I've heard what's going on here, this exemplifies to me my continued support of eventually having a city design architect. Would have avoided these 3 hours. The reason is no one's looked at this from 30,000 feet. The parks folks are saying, well, we can't maintain the trees because the road is difficult, the sidewalks are difficult. Rethink the road, rethink the sidewalks. There are resolutions where you can have permeable paving, you can restrict the bulb outs, you can create like the 700 block of Quarantina. With regards to Southern California Edison, they destroyed, I think, either 2 or 3 trees last year on Quarantina by Santa Barbara Junior High because they were cutting, one fell over, and then they disappeared in 2 days. The power went out everywhere. So you need to think about that. The other thing you need to think about is oak trees aren't to this plane. I was going to read to you the quote from 2 years before the mast, which Richard Henry Dana described this big plain with grass on it. The oaks hugged the trees on the north faces where water was. The sycamores and the oaks hugged the water routes that go to the creek and eventually to the ocean. They didn't grow on the plain. There were no oak trees on Anapamu Street. So the oak trees are not the form. This is the sketch. Okay, guys? That's what Dumas was trying to create. It's the sense of that beautiful canopy. That's what artists like myself would go paint. That's what this is all about. You as a city have an obligation. I'm a little concerned because I was one of the folks that got the parkway designated on State Street between Constance and Mission, and now I'm being told via Parks that the pindo palms, if they die, will never get replaced. You know what they were going to suggest when we started that was, guess what? Pacific Coast live oaks to replace the pindo palms.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Anthony Grumbine, be followed by Betsy Kramer.
All right, Mayor, City Council members. For those who don't know, I'm Anthony Grumba. I'm the chair of Historic Landmarks Commission, but here I'm here as an individual. I think, sort of zooming out, I want to take a couple of different looks at this because I think this situation. Well, first I want to say there's 7 trees that are that are landmarks, just for the record. And this one I think is actually trickier than probably any of them because I do think it's an urban it's an urban landscape which does have certain criteria, but we haven't really gotten into it well as a city, and actually it's been developing as a historic discussion nationally as well. So I understand we're running into some bumps here, especially because an ordinance was based on earlier understandings of historic preservation, and things have developed a lot over the last couple of decades. So one of the things that happens is you get I actually got a call, emergency historic tree call on a Sunday morning last year, which I was very proud to take. And they were asking about, because it was a historic property, what to do with this tree that was like it was going to fall and how to handle it. And I promptly forwarded them on to our city architecture historian, Nicole Hernandez, and she did a great job. And I see I'm totally running out of time and not getting to any of my points. But so I'll just say this. I think that the city, on a lot of these ways, we've, from e-bikes to other things, as we've been bumping with Historic Landmarks Commission, I think we can work together better, and I think joint meetings and or subcommittees can really help to actually think through these issues, especially when it comes to landmarks. And so I'd very much encourage you all to send them our way, and we'll just work together and let's figure out a solution rather than just combating. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Betsy Kramer, followed by Christine Newhouser.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to my representative, Ms. Santa Maria. Nice to meet you. Most of what I wrote is not relevant, so I'm taking notes during the conversations here. And it seems to me that the issue should be really keeping the stone pines and yet taking care of them. That's not been done particularly over the last year. There has not been any, that I know of at least, any kind of managed system to do that. And yet we do take care of streets. We have semi-permeable pavement for a variety of situations. And we've also done quite a lot for the bicycles by having speed bumps, by having bulb outs. And there are things that would help the trees. And on the conversation for the Coast Live Oaks, I've done some research because I have one in front of my house that the superintendent is familiar with. It's a very, very large Coast Live Oak. It's probably only one out of about 10 on that block that is very, very large. I don't have a lawn. My neighbors have a lawn. As a result, theirs is not very happy. It had to be pruned. It overhangs my house. It's really not a very good street tree. I mean, its width is about like so. And I did some reading on the sudden oak death, and it may be in the Los Padres forest. It also is in nurseries, and it affects rhododendrons. And so I think it's a very dangerous potential replacement. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Newhouser, followed by Cassandra Ensberg.
I'm on the east side, too. I'm Christine Newhouser. I'm president of the Pearl Chase Society, and I speak in support of the appeal to deny the decision by the Santa Barbara Parks and Rec Commission to effectively de-landmark the stand of Doremus Italian stone pines. Additionally, we urge the city to reject the plan to replace the stone pine canopy with coastal oaks, a tree that comes with their own set of problems, the recurrent moth infestations that defoliate the trees every 5 to 7 years, and the sudden oak death syndrome. The reasoning, the Parks Department has for removing the landmark is because they cannot thrive due to the paved street, et cetera. But the pine trees, and I know you saw them, do thrive on Quarantina Street. And so why not do on 6 blocks of Anapamu Street what has been done on Quarantina? It's only fair. Also disregarded was the Historic Landmarks Commission unanimous recommendation to maintain the stand of trees as a landmark. But the biggest thing is the city department that asserts that each tree was considered its own individual landmark, and when it dies, it goes. It's just so, I mean, it's just so ridiculous, because then you would have 79 resolutions, wouldn't you? If it wasn't the canopy and the walkway that you went from, you know, the 300 block to the 600 block. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. As a historic preservation group, we're concerned about the implications of the de-landmarking of a historical stand of trees and how it may affect other historic landmarks. We respectfully urge that you grant the citizens' appeal to preserve the landmark Doremus stone pines and ensure they're properly cared for rather than forgotten. Thank you. Oh, I have 22 more seconds. On that note, if we can change the street grid all over the town, which we have, for bicycles, can't we do something for 6 blocks, for a landmark 6 blocks on Anapamu Street? On that note, I had a nightmare the other day during that fire that Aliso Street was closed off with 6 metal trees, and I couldn't get out of there. So, thank you.
Cassandra Esberg, followed by Rose Wills.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor and our new Councilwoman, Ms. Santa Maria. Nice to meet you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Cass Ensberg. I'm also a commissioner on the Historic Landmarks Commission, but I'm speaking for myself. Everything's been said, so I really am struggling with what I can add to this conversation other than these stone pines, this alley, this design, this is an assembly. This is a design. An alley is along a walkway, trees along a walkway that are the same species. That's what it is. It's a design. It's just not a singular tree. It is an entire composition. And this LA speaks to our heritage and is a quintessential part of Santa Barbara. And it addresses our health, our safety, our well-being, and our civic pride. And as a champion for the care and protection of the natural environment. It's especially important for us now to have this natural environment for ourselves, for all the stresses and things that we're going through, and for our children and for our elders. I agree with what others have said, especially I appreciate the appeal and their presentation, as well as the comments by Greg Hart and also Helene Schneider. I think those are very powerful and important. And I would urge, as Anthony Grumbine said, that we work together, that we include more people in the discussion. We should be talking to tree experts, Creeks Department, Historic Landmarks Commission, Transportation, Utilities personnel, and Edison to look and see what we can do that will address all the complexities of the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Rose Wills.
support the appeal. Thank you.
Rose Wills, followed by Michael Marzola.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. In 1997, the stone pine trees on the 300 to 800 blocks of East Anapamu Street were designated historic and landmarked by the Santa Barbara City Council. City Council Resolution number 97131 landmarked the 79 Italian stone pines that created a magnificent canopy on that street. According to Assembly Member Greg Hart, who was a member of the Santa Barbara City Council at the time, it was the intention of the council to preserve this magnificent tree canopy. In order to preserve the cultural and historical value of this landmark, it was assumed that the canopy would continue to be maintained and preserved by replacing individual trees as they aged and needed to be replaced by younger specimens. Greg Hart stated in his letter dated December 20th, 2024, that, quote, the landmark status was intended to apply to the collective canopy of trees, ensuring its preservation for future generations. If Pearl Chase were here, she would say to the City Council that it has a responsibility to uphold and respect a landmark designation and to preserve Santa Barbara's cultural and historical heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Marzolo, followed by Lisa Ballantyne.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Santa Barbara City Council, my name is Michael Marzola. I reside on the Lower Riviera here in Santa Barbara. I drive down that stretch of road pretty much every day, a couple of times a day. I grew up, part of my childhood was in Rome, Italy. Those trees are common street trees in Rome. I'd be surprised if this was kind of a discussion in Rome about this particular issue. So, at any rate, it is unique. That canopy, the trees are unique. It really, when I first came to town in '83, I was actually blown away. It kind of hit me sentimentally, having lived in Rome and lived under those trees. It was actually a delight. I was also surprised to find, I do believe that this whole issue was not brought before the Landmarks Committee. Is that correct? I think it was not, which really surprised me as well, because it seems like they would have been consulted with. And I think there's been somewhat of a breakdown in the process here. And it wasn't the first time I've seen breakdowns in the process in this community. I could talk to you about other issues. I will not now. But I would like to urge you to support the appeal and replace those trees with Italian stone pines. There is an issue, I know, with sudden oak death. I used to work with UC Cooperative Extension. I worked a bit with the people that were doing this research. There is sudden oak death in this community. I've actually seen it. I know it's all around us. So you may be just replacing one issue with another one. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Lisa Ballantyne.
Hello, members of the City Council and Mayor. I'm here to speak as a resident who's lived under those trees for over 30 years. And I believe that the essence of the appeal is whether the Parks and Recreation Commission had the authority to do what they did. And I believe they did not have the authority to de-landmark these trees. The city attorney said she searched and searched as to what the meaning of the resolution was, and I think it's clear from Greg Hart's letter the intent of the city council in 1997. I wanted to ensure that the city council has a complete copy of this two-page letter from Greg Hart. Can I ensure that it has this? I believe that his letter is completely clear and unambiguous that in declaring these trees a landmark, they were to be preserved in perpetuity, and that the public was the one who could only decide their fate. And for those reasons, the appeal must be upheld. And I want to thank the appellants for all of the hours of work that they've spent trying to protect this precious resource. It's not only for the residents, but for visitors and for many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last of the in-person speakers. What do we have online, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 hands that were raised by the deadline for public comment on this item, and that is Mary Ellen Brooks and Natasha Torodovic. So Mary Ellen Brooks, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am Mary Ellen Brooks. I'm speaking today on behalf of Citizens Planning Association, and we hope that the City Council will support this appeal. I've been listening to everything, cutting out all my paragraphs. I'm coming down to a few words. It's a canopy. The trees need care. It's part of our culture, and this whole issue needs more community input and the working together of the different commissions that should have been brought into this decision-making process. We are concerned about the fate of the individually marked stone pine trees that grace these 6-block stretch of Anapanu Street. They have been part of the city history since the early 20th century, and they are important. And in 1997, this very same city council, different people, same job, designated these as a landmark. We support the position of the appellants, and we strongly commend them for providing more than adequate proof about the original landmarking. The city council in 97 knew these trees would need adequate care and even replacement, but with the same species. We urge the council to follow the recommendations of the appellant's attachment with the 78 pages of details about the trees, their history, and the care necessary to preserve the elements of this landmarked cityscape. The appellants prove that with appropriate and adequate attention, the trees will stay healthy. Replacements, when necessary, should be the same species so that the stone pine canopy can be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker on this, public speaker on this item is Natasha Torodovic. Natasha Torodovic, please go ahead.
As I've been listening, what I have been hearing is a justification and a betrayal of the public trust. That this historical landmark designation was not for individual trees. That's kind of ridiculous. It's an area, it's a grove. And I just remembered my time in Rome as well. Rome is denser than Santa Barbara. The streets are narrower. There's a lot more pavement. And if you look at the trees as individual sorts of things that are going to die, in a sense, that incentivizes and invites willful negligence. It can incentivize trees to be allowed to die. Trees are not toasters. They're not these individual inanimate things. They have root systems that communicate with one another. They put pheromones into the air that when we walk by them, that we are nourished. So these are a system. And I really am offended by pick the interpretation of your choice. I think that's very narrow-minded and myopic. If the trees were meant to be planted, new trees meant to be planted, it would have been said, it would have been commented on. I've heard Parks and Rec say, it's hard, it's really hard. Well, you know what? Parks and Rec do better. There are a lot of things we can do. We can turn that street into, we want a bicycle culture, it can be a bicycle street and remove all of the traffic to it except the residential traffic. The infrastructure can change, but I think we need to prioritize the trees, not our convenience, not the fact that they're out of fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, before we get to deliberations, I have a request for a short break. So let's do a 10-minute break and reconvene at 5:15, please. ready to reconvene here, please? All right, very good. So it's back to council for deliberation, and we will start with Ms. Harmon. You're the one who punched your nose.
I've been quick on the draw today. Thank you very much. I want to start first by saying that I don't believe that there was any bad faith, any intent to circumvent any processes or systems or to do other than what our resolutions and past city councils have intended. And there were a couple of comments, and I know that this subject matter engenders really strong feelings, so I certainly respect that. But I did want to be clear, no one on our staff means to circumvent process or to take away something that makes Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara. So I did want to make that clear because I heard a couple of comments to that effect, and it always strikes me how hard our staff works, and I just know it was not their intent in this process to do any of those things. With that said, I will be voting to uphold the appeal. And the reason I'm going to do that is twofold. Obviously, we all love those trees. That I think probably goes without saying, but I cannot get past that first threshold question that asks us whether the landmark designation is for the individual specific trees or for the broader concept of this street canopy. Understanding the argument that's been put forth and thinking about the broader record and the legislative intent behind that designation, to me, I do not believe that the intent behind that was to specifically landmark just those trees alone. Because I can't cross that threshold, there's no deciding on the other issues for me. That said, I do hear and agree with staff that there are important questions that need to be considered about how this street works in concert with the Italian stone pines. Maybe that looks like bringing Historic Landmarks Commission in. Maybe it looks like a conversation about that historic designation at the council level and then moving forward from there. I mean, I think there are a lot of potential options. For me, in this appeal, I agree with the appellants with their interpretation of that historic designation. So I'll be voting to uphold the appeal.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Jordan. I thought your comments about exceptions was truly exceptional. You really tied me up with your comments on that, which I've been around you for a number of years now, and that one was pretty high up there. All jokes aside, first, thank you to the public for coming forward, and really there was an issue that you saw, and you really did a heck of a lot of research on it and brought it forward. I also want to echo Councilmember Harmon's thing with staff. I know our staff, I've worked with you, I think very highly of you, and there is no malicious intent by our staff to try to circumvent the process and take away our historical heritage. What I do see is they were looking at a bigger picture in terms of the overall city and where we need to be in a few years, or 10, 20, 30 years. They're looking down the line, which is what we expect because we don't want to make decisions today and just pass the buck down the road. And I think that went a lot into their thinking of this. And so I do have concerns about the fire, but I think they can be addressed. More specifically evacuation patterns, but I think they could be addressed. So I will be supporting the appeal. And I'm going to say a couple things to it, but the first thing I really want to say is this was a fascinating look at the history that most of us would not otherwise have come across. Just going through old pictures, understanding it, and then it also, by understanding this, I also I frequent Stevens Park pretty much on a daily basis when I walk my dog. Morgan Friedman. And there's a plaque in the front of it when you enter, and it says the park was dedicated to Mr. Stevens back in 1957. So then it put it all together for me that, there's a big impact. So thank you for that. So just one thing is that I started reading, I'm a little late to the game, but 2023, I think it was, UCSB Reads did Happy City. And I know some of you have probably read it, but it's a fascinating, kind of like this, look into urban design landscapes and how to make cities happier places for all of us. And it goes into a whole history of urban design, urban architecture. And I'm about a third of the way through it, and on Saturday I was reading the chapter, and it got into the issue of open space and how nature connects us. And I was thinking, wow, this is really coming up for this hearing. And one of the aspects of it was it's not just if you're in your house and you have a lawn or there's a open space in your city that connects you. It's having a diversity of types of open spaces in your city that gives you the ability to go to different places, see new things, rather than having the same cookie cutter type approach. And this falls within that because we'll have coastline looks in other places. We have big lawns up on the mesa. But this is very unique to that stretch of blocks, and it's important to our community. And in a time when we get hammered a lot up at the council because there's a lot of things that are out of our control, that the state has done or other things that the community takes it out on us, and we're losing our heritage. A lot of it has to do with building heights and other types of things. But when there's an opportunity to really pause and take a look and see, is there a way to protect our cultural heritage, our open space heritage, we have an obligation to really move that forward, and or to protect it and see if we can find a way to go there. And so I'll be upholding the appeal. And one of the concern I have specific to fire is that it's obvious that the current conditions for the trees, the older ones, it's a little too late for them. But all the new ones, if we just leave it as is, we're just kicking the can down the road. And that's exactly what staff was trying to avoid. And they are right to raise those concerns. So there is going to be some type of community process. Councilmember Harmon recommended, include HLC, include the Parks Commission. By the way, I want to thank our Parks Commission. I neglected to do that at the start. I apologize, Ms. McGill. But I want to thank the work that the Parks Commission did and the Street Tree Advisory Commission, Mr. McPherson. There's a lot of knowledge on those committees, and they're volunteers, and they really vetted this for a lot of different reasons. And it's not often that when you have that type of support from our commissions that the council will overturn it. In that way, but they really did a good job because there are issues that need to be addressed. And so I'll wrap it up by saying I think we can. We need to have something that goes back to the commissions with the public and really looks at what we can do. And we also need to make sure that in that process, the neighbors who actually live in that neighborhood are notified, because one of the concern I have is if the only way that comes up is to create these bulb outs that narrow the street, take away potentially dozens of parking spaces, how does that impact a neighborhood when we're dealing with these housing issues with no parking? So that neighborhood, if there is changes to how the trees are managed, really needs to be involved, especially the neighbors there, because they're going to be the most impacted. So that's what I got. I don't need to deliberate anymore. I probably spoke too long, but I'll be supporting the appeal.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll keep my comments brief, but I do first of all want to thank our Parks Commission and everyone that's been involved in really protecting also the biodiversity and the well-being of our community. I think that being said, as I hear both sides, similar to what Ms. Harmon or Councilmember Harmon mentioned, that first threshold is really key. And I am seeing both from Assemblymember Greg Hart, I'm seeing it even just from reading the actual resolution from 1997. It continually talks about the landscape, the canopy of these trees. And it does not seem to me that this historical landmark designation should be applied only to individual trees, and therefore that designation should die along with those trees. It doesn't seem to be in line with what we typically do for historical landmarks, which is to restore them and to protect them. That being said, we do need to be aware and conscious and be proactive to the issues that come up with currently, the stone pines. So there are issues around maintenance of those trees. Then I really would love to work closer with our Parks Department on identifying ways that we can care for those trees better, so that we can preserve this piece of culture that we have. So I will be voting to uphold the appeal.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm not going to stand in the way of this, particularly with 6 people here today and hazard a tie. I will follow my peers and uphold the appeal, but literally, to be honest with you, I have a whole page of reasons here why I don't think that's the best choice. The street, as it is now, does not work with Italian stone pines. It's pretty clear to me. So any move backwards in this process and supporting the appeal still begs the question of, well, then what will work with the Italian stone pines? Who's going to pay for it? How much as it is? I didn't really laugh at the lady's comment on close the street down, because that was one of the options I thought of last night. Be careful what you wish for. Just close the darn street down, or make it one way with street, make it a park. Turn the street into a park. I mean, and literally, if I was God and I had the money, okay, I'd talk about that. But it's clear to me that the tree in that type of environment as it is now is the wrong choice. And I would have been happy living with this process. I don't know if happy is the right word. I would have been satisfied after hearing both sides of this argument with moving in the direction that the process has led us to now. Love Greg Hart to death. His actual word is presumed. His actual word is that he did not think, feel, or say that we were talking about the entire stretch. He said he made the presumption that what was taking place. Staff's counter to that is they read the words and actually analyzed the words in the resolution. So I don't think it's as clear as has been made to say, using Assemblymember Hart's exhibit as a tell-all to that. There's no reason to go through my whole list. I think the crux of the problem with me is if that's going to be a street with the components that it is now, it's the wrong tree. Is there a right tree? I don't know. It's a little ironic that people went and chased down the coast live oak and said, oh, look, I Wikipedia'd that, and it's got these 4 things that are terrible. I'm going, okay, well, I Wikipedia'd the Italian stone pines, and it's got these 4 things that are terrible, too. I was just looking at Italian stone pines in Rome. For all you Rome people here, they look totally different there. They're long, skinny, tall stalks with a canopy on top. They look like an African plane tree or something, more than the Italian stone pines we have here that are just these massive things down at the base with these multiple trunks going up. So 4 kids that went to Santa Barbara High, so I've driven that street for a long, long time, and I get it. So I will follow the crowd to support the appeal and just make sure that everybody knows there's plenty of work to be done here. The big takeaway for me, the big takeaway from this is getting out in front of the next discussion like this. There are plenty of these situations around town that aren't even quote unquote historical, but they are of concern to the public. And I'll just tell you some so Mesa Lane, Ukes, but bring the crew down there and see that'll be like dogs off leash, right? Filling this place up. But Mesa School Lane, Milpas Street with the ficus trees, same thing. A tree that doesn't fit in well there, but is part of the fabric of that street. In West Beach, there's some really cool, fun trees that drop those big pods on your head. And in West Beach, there's also some sidewalks going up and down a foot or two as you walk along. Above Monroe School, again, there's some more pine weird things up there on some of the Calais streets that drop things as big as a softball on top of people. Really cool trees, but not appropriate, but that doesn't mean that people won't have them ingrained in their mind as part of the fabric of our look and feel of the community. And so while they may not rise to the level of being an argument about what was the designation and what's historic part of this and what did they mean, these will be things to wrestle with in the future too. And are we getting out in front of that gently and taking little bites, or are we going to be back in here for 4 hours on every one of those battles? So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This whole situation reminds me of a bit of advice, or not advice, but a little knowledge that Hal Conklin gave me when I was first elected. I remember he essentially said something along the lines of, being on council, it's really interesting, especially in Santa Barbara, because you could be voting on an issue that's going to affect everyone who lives in the city and those around it, but people won't show up to comment and the media won't cover it. But you propose to cut down one tree and there's going to be a protest outside City Hall, and his words are just kind of like echoing through my head with this current situation. But obviously he came from a place of knowledge, right? I mean, you want to talk about somebody who knew how the city worked. Hal was definitely it. And with that being said, people commented that there wasn't enough community input. And I kind of agree because, when I let my friends know about the situation and got their input, a lot of them went to Santa Barbara High and they're like, I didn't know that. And I don't appreciate that because so many generations of Santa Barbara residents walk by those trees every day. They go to school and get educated, and there's a lot of history there. And even in the name of Anapamu, right? It's a Native American word, and I believe it means rising place. And I feel like the trees kind of symbolize that. It symbolizes what the meaning of that word is. And I find it hard to make a decision about removing the trees, considering how many fires and floods and earthquakes they've survived, and to know that I would make a decision to make them go away after surviving all that. It's just tough. I can't really see it, especially since I've made decisions in my own district, like on Mission Street, to remove a few jacaranda trees so that we could make it safer for pedestrians. And as much as it has made it safer for pedestrians, it did change the street a little bit, and I know that's a lot of feelings and psychological impacts, but I'm not the only one that feels that way. A lot of residents have reached out saying that they didn't like the change. And that was just a couple of trees. And this is more than that. It's essentially a forest. So I will vote to appeal the appeal as well. Sorry, what did I say?
We got it.
Yeah, you got it. Uphold, yes, thank you.
Well, as always, I'm so impressed with not only the efforts of the volunteers who populate the tree committee and trying to make really tough decisions. Tree appeals are just horrible for us because they're usually relative subjective, oftentimes relating to trees on people's properties. And I don't know of anybody, including myself, who doesn't have a mature street tree that's not problematic for the infrastructure and the maintenance of their entire neighborhood. It's all over. We have a very robust urban forest, thankfully. It's also our curse, and we're Unless you really love ficus trees, you know we've got some problems around here. So this is never a tough thing, but I really don't want to consider this based on technicalities, what CEQA says, what the charter says, or whatever. I think it's simpler than that. We have some very, very passionate people that appreciate these trees, and it may not even be particularly rational. Sorry. But it is a piece of who we are. It is a piece of our cultural fabric. And we're not talking about taking them all out. We're just talking about what we're going to designate in the future. And frankly, any tree that eventually creates a canopy is going to probably be problematic at some point in time. So for me, the simplistic thing wouldn't be about trying to tweak this or trying to scribe an ordinance of some kind or do whatever. It would be simply to leave it in when we need to replace fallen trees with the same species, because even though that species, I think staff's not wrong, I'm sure that species is inappropriate for that application and location. That's a confined area on an urban street, and it's always going to be a problem for almost any tree you put up there. I mean, I've got elm and magnolia around my house. Thank you very much for that. And they're a mess. And they're huge, and they blow the sidewalks up. And that's what we have. And Anapamu is pretty radical. I know my kids went to school there too, so I know what that little roller coaster ride is like. And maybe there are different kind of sidewalk or street treatments at some point in time. I know we've talked about them for a long time. Now, I really, I feel for Mr. Cornish, who was here earlier, who lives there and has to go through it all the time. It's a pain. But I also don't see taking away what they have on the street for parking and circulation by building their mobiles or making it into a park and doing that kind of. We just have a situation that is beautiful and at the same time a pain in the rear, but it is our pain in the rear. And I do believe that it really is something that is worth preserving. It's beautiful, potentially a little bit dangerous, and certainly inconvenient. But if there's one thing we know in this city, it's beauty and inconvenience is very well joined at the hip. So I myself will also be, all due respect to staff and their efforts, I will be also supporting the appeal. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move that we uphold the appeal.
Ms. Harmon, second by Eric Friedman.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask that?
Oh, and do the findings?
Well, I would just ask that staff, as part of the recommendation, that staff be directed to return to council with a resolution to maintain the existing designation and canopy of the stone pine trees.
Okay. Maker of the motion?
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Yes, please incorporate that.
Seconder?
Thank you.
Concur.
All right. Does everybody understand the motion?
This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, to uphold the appeal and direct staff to return to council with a resolution making findings to, and I'm sorry, could you say that again, Madam City Attorney?
Sure. Direct staff to return to council with a resolution to maintain the existing designation and canopy of stone pine trees.
Thank you very much. Got it.
Can we have the vote, please?
Okay. Please go ahead and vote.
Motion passes by all the present, absent Kristen Snedden. So, thank you. And Mr. Clausen, nice tie. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to council and staff communications. I know that City Administrator McAdoo has something to share with us.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to take a moment, and I hope you'll bear with me. I have kind of a lengthy commentary that I want to read on behalf of our entire staff team. I wanted to, and I know some of these comments came up during public comment earlier, I wanted to address some of the concerns we've heard circulating in our community in the wake of, obviously, the devastating and tragic fires currently occurring in Los Angeles. I just wanted to express my own thoughts and prayers to everyone who's been impacted and are still being impacted by this ongoing crisis. And I wanted to first and foremost express my deepest gratitude to our first responders who are battling those incredibly devastating fires, including we have 18 Santa Barbara Fire Department personnel who are currently deployed in the area. We've also had several city staff members who've been personally impacted by the fires, and both our police and fire chiefs and other city staff are actively engaged in response activities as we continue to struggle to contain the fires. And so I know we've been getting a number of emails, questions, concerns, commentary, and I would just ask for the community's patience. We are still in the middle of active emergency response. I know the fire is not here, but our personnel, because of our proximity, are engaged in that. And so just really would ask for the community's patience. We absolutely want to engage with the community and talk about preparedness here. It is critical, and it is something that is obviously incredibly important for all of us that live in this community. I know that we are no stranger to the risks of wildfire here in Santa Barbara, and they're actually now not necessarily calling this a wildfire, the Palisades fire, but an urban conflagration, which is very different because of the number of structures that were involved. It did not just stay in the wildfire, and that created a very unique set of circumstances, and there's a lot of online commentary you can read about in terms of what that does in terms of fire behavior and the ability of the water system to respond during those incidents. And so I know that most recently this community has obviously experienced a number of tragic fires throughout our history. Most recently, the 2017 Thomas Fire has really significantly influenced and improved our approach to how we prepare both for fire service and also water service response. We work across departments. We are closely coordinating between our water system, fire, and police, along with other city departments. And so just wanted to talk a little bit about that, and that just know that we will be engaging in additional outreach with the community to share ways that we can partner together and ways that we can do more to be prepared as a community. We do have a robust water supply portfolio. It's one of the most diverse water supplies in the state of California. We have Lake Cachuma, we have the Gibraltar Reservoir, we have water from the State Water Project, the Mission Tunnel, local groundwater. We also have recycled water and then desalinated water from the Pacific Ocean. We have currently over 3 years of water available that would meet the city's need, assuming we have dry weather conditions. Lake Cachuma is at 90% capacity, and our city's desalination plant has been operating since 2017, and the council has recently taken some action to enhance and expand capacity of the desal plant. In advance of wildfires, we take a number of steps to ensure both readiness of our water supply and our response personnel. During red flag warnings and emergencies, we increase water storage in our potable water reservoirs. We top off all of our generator fuel tanks, and most of our pump stations have generator backup. So if we do lose power during public safety power outages through SCE, we have generator backups. We test those regularly, and then we also modify construction activity in high fire areas so that we can quickly open streets if we need to evacuate. All of our firefighters in the city are trained and certified for wildland firefighting, and we meet daily with the National Weather Service to learn about upcoming wind and weather threats. When we have wind events, like we've had in the recent weeks, fire and law enforcement, we upstaff fire engines and personnel that will be available to respond and patrol if needed. And lastly, the state has created a new program that authorizes the pre-positioning of fire apparatus in areas that have threats of fire or flood. So those resources are moved into an area in advance of a predicted event so that we have supplemental response units. I do want to emphasize that there will be some wildfire incidents that are of such a magnitude that no potable water system, including the cities, would have sufficient water to stop some level of destruction to the community. It's just a fact of life, unfortunately. And that's where community partnership and preparedness really come in and is really critical. I would encourage everyone to sign up for our emergency alert system at readysbc.org if you're not already signed up for that. And then particularly around our homes and businesses in the community, making sure that we're creating defensible space, we're clearing flammable vegetation near homes, As we're looking at our homes and upgrading, looking at modern and more fire-resistant construction materials, and then making sure that we all have evacuation plans. This allows our firefighters and police officers really to focus on the emergency response and securing the evacuation routes versus having to worry about people having a plan to get out of their neighborhoods. And when we do issue orders to evacuate, we really ask that people comply. It creates safety issues for our police and firefighters. It creates safety issues for the community. And we only issue those orders when they're absolutely necessary and we think there's immediate life safety threats. We are in the process of exploring additional ways to support community preparedness. We have multiple wildland fuel mitigation grants we're implementing, trimming trees, reducing fuel loads in the high fire areas. We do have one wildland mitigation assessment district, and we are working with other interested neighborhoods to form additional districts. This year, we will be looking to submit federal and state funding requests and hopefully to initiate a community hardening program, which would then sort of help with homeowners to provide grants to create defensible space and upgrade home building materials. So we hope that we can create some sort of program around that. So I just wanted to share those comments and wanted to share that information with the community. Obviously, a lot more to be done and more communication that will come, but just in this immediate, as we're continuing to deal with the ongoing incident, to just for the community to have patience with us and with our city staff in terms of being able to respond the multiple inquiries that we're getting. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAdoo. And just to add on to that real briefly, that we've been talking about this, and once the dust settles down and our people are all back in Santa Barbara and whatnot, we will respond to any neighborhood group that wants us to come out and address their neighborhood and their specific areas personally. Fire marshal, fire chief, those kind of personnel. So when that happens, please, if you are a part of a neighborhood or a neighborhood group and you would like us to do that, we will gladly come out and visit you guys personally. Mr. Jordan, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things I'd like to emphasize that sometimes I think we just aren't blunt enough about, and they were at the tail end of your talk, but we're seeing a theme right now on many of the myriad of things people want to comment on, but on fire hydrants. And to your point that if we had something that's running through LA County right now that is far beyond our infrastructure to handle that, and fire hydrants themselves are made to fight a house or two on a city block. They're not made to put out acres and acres of a wildfire. Last year at City College, the city was a participant, and I was invited to be there too in a Fire Safe Council event that, I don't know, put about 400 people into one of their theaters, and county fire, city fire, Fire Safe Council people were there. And I know at least on that side of the hill, there's a ton of interest, but frequently the conversations go more about what are we doing for them, whereas it's becoming pretty clear to me anyhow that it's as much, if not more, about what are they doing for themselves in terms of the clearance of fuel around their property, and especially in the hardening. People are even asking questions. Well, how far are we clearing brush for a buffer? I don't think it matters anymore because the embers fly miles and miles and miles, and we're not going to end up at the top of the pass with brush clearance to keep that away from us. It's probably much more about house hardening in the future, and if we have to lead in some of those building code changes locally that are more stringent than the state building codes, that I think is something we need to look at and be part of to offer that assurance that people aren't living under a false pretense that fire hydrant's going to put out 1 acre fire, or that my house meets building codes and that means it won't burn down. As you know, Councilmember Friedman and I are also working actively with you and the City Fire Department on adding to the coastal high fire hazard areas an assessment district similar to the foothills up above San Roque that's been so very successful that the people that are assessed would like to be assessed more than they are being assessed, so they can do more to harden around their properties. And I think there are other sections. I hear about people having their fire insurance canceled that are below where State Street curves, so below the Mission and between Milpas and State Street, like what I call like downtown Santa Barbara. And it's clear that that the entire city probably, in somebody's imagination, is also already a high fire hazard zone. And we should be actively working to put as many tools in front of the public as we can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Jordan. I concur with all of them, and Ms. Maggio for the report, and the mayor for letting us, the public, know that we are going to have future public discussions so that we can really help the public understand how we're prepared. And on that, one of the it's alarming is what's coming out of the new presidential administration and House Speaker Johnson, that they may withhold federal aid unless, for whatever reason. And so I think as part of those discussions, what are we doing proactively to work with our neighboring jurisdictions, our congressmen, to really get the information out there on what we're already doing? We are one of the most prepared cities in the United States. And yet we might be subject, if something should happen here, to have to justify to people who aren't from here, who probably have less knowledge than the average citizen here, if something should happen. So that should be part of the discussion as well, because we need to make sure that that information is out there before a policy change of that magnitude happens. But appreciate including that.
All right, very good. With that, we'll move on to council member engagements. Anybody have one you'd like to talk about? Mr. Freeman?
I attended the Kachuma Conservation Resource, CCRB board, and I have one more announcement, or it's rather more of a prediction of sorts. This is for you, Mr. Maurer. As you know, my alma mater, University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish, are playing for the national championship on next Monday. And you heard it here first, and I have words to ESPN Game Day. You better support the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, who are going to upset the Ohio State Buckeyes.
All right, place your bets. Anyone else with an engagement? All right, I've had a couple group speaking engagements lately for very large groups, and as much as we want to talk about infrastructure, builders remedy, everything else, all they really want to talk about was fire hydrants. So that's how I spent my last two speaking engagements. So I'm glad to have Ms. McAdoo's message come out for us now. Do we still have the two speakers online that wanted to speak, that raised their hands that we said we could?
We do, Mayor. They're still there.
We have 2 minutes.
We have 2 hands raised, and we may get a third. Okay, Marnie Randall, then Aaron Parks. So Marnie Randall, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much for taking the time to take our comments. This fits right in with what you've just been discussing. I'm one of about 150 property owners whose property has been included in a submittal to the State Office of Historic Preservation as part of the Bungalow Haven Historic District to be nominated to the National Register of Historic Places. It's come to our attention on the National Register's own website that it can be very difficult to maintain or obtain new homeowners insurance for properties on the National Register. This is apparently an issue nationwide. Given the disaster in Los Angeles County and the effects that that will undoubtedly have on the insurance industry, we're extremely concerned about any new designations being applied to our properties that could affect our ability to maintain our insurance status. We'd like to ask that the council request a continuance of the State Historic Resources Commission hearing scheduled for February 7th, 2025, to allow us additional time to gather information on the potential impacts of this listing on our future access to insurance. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, our final speaker with a hand raised is Aaron Parks. If anyone else wished to speak, please raise your hand now. Aaron Parks, please go ahead.
This is Erin. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council members for taking the time. I'm one of the residents that Marnie was just referring to. I live in the area identified as the Bungalow Haven in Santa Barbara. And I'm very concerned about the nomination of the area as a historic district. I provided all of you with an email on January 7th expressing my concerns regarding the pending nomination, which is set for hearing on February 7th. I wanted to thank Mr. Gutierrez for taking the time to acknowledge my email. I really appreciate that. I'm here today to request your support along with Marnie to communicate with the State Historical Resources Commission to obtain a continuance of the State Historical Resources Commission hearing and an extension for the objection period for the following reasons. You may wonder, why am I asking you to assist us when it's the State Historical Resource Commission that is looking at this issue? The reason that I'm asking you is because the nomination at issue was drafted in part by the Santa Barbara City's historian, and more particularly, an intern working for the City of Santa Barbara. In the email that I sent you, I did send a video clip of the Historic Landmarks Commission hearing on August 23rd, 2023. You can review that to assess the situation. I'm very concerned because many of the residents that I've spoken to did not receive actual notice of the nomination and the hearing date until early January 2025. With the holidays and the advent of the fires in LA, this is not enough time for the neighbors to meet and confer on the pros and cons of the nomination or to prepare any sort of presentation for the commission hearing. I'm further informed and believe that the nomination documentation that was attested to by only 2 neighbors contains material inaccuracies.
Okay,
that we would like to
that's your 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, we will close that portion of public comment, and we'll adjourn until, what's the 28th, I believe? All right. Thank you very much.